Chapter 13:26. On the star boat, Jiang Bai and the others were looking at the situation below. Just now, Chu Yanguan had also controlled the star boat to launch a series of cannon blasts. However, the cannons on the star boat were almost worn out. Therefore, the power of the cannons had weakened a lot. However, under the attack of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, these half-orcs in the fallen city had no chance to escape. A gust of wind blew. It stirred up the sand and dust in the fallen city. Dead? Are they all dead? When Jiang Bai and the others saw that all the half-orcs in the fallen city had been killed, they were shocked. They bitterly resisted and even racked their brains. They used every possible means to attack the fallen city, but after trying for a long time, they still didn't succeed. They had never succeeded. Now, under the leadership of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they were all killed in just a few minutes. In just 10 minutes, everything had been settled. There was no trace of any enemy in the entire fallen city. He was actually able to kill all of them, after Li Zongjiu killed these half-orcs. The Hell of Merits was also shining with golden light. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a figure that was directly born. It was a gold core. Li Zongjiu saw this gold core through his perception. However, this gold core seemed to be fixed in the Hell of Merits, and it seemed to be brewing something. There was no way to take it out, so it could only be left in the Hell of Merits. It seemed that the Hell of Merits didn't require any cultivation to begin with. Li Zongjiu was also curious about the effects of the Hell of Merits, but there was still a lot of aftermath to clean up. Everyone landed in the fallen city and began to search for things around, but they found that all of them were dead. There was no one alive, and some of them didn't even have a single wound on their bodies. They died directly. The fallen city had been ruined by the half-beast men. After Jiang Bai and the others occupied the fallen city, they excitedly sent out signals to their respective barracks. At the same time, Jiang Bai sent 2 guards back to Suishan City as quickly as possible to mobilize the army. Fallen City had been taken down with great difficulty, so of course they had to make good use of it, as long as the Battle of Time could regain control of Fallen City. This was the first step of the counterattack. Jiang Bai also sent out signals to the other cities. Along the way, there were still 2 other tribes that were besieging the city. One of them was the Tashan tribe. The Tashan tribe had an army of 300,000 half-blood beast men. They were very powerful and had been surrounding a city, but they weren't in a hurry to attack. The current situation was so chaotic. It was said that in the past 2 days, a heavenly master of Shang Kingdom had appeared and was killing people everywhere. Several tribes had already fallen in the hands of this person. Therefore, Tashan had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if they were targeted by the celestial master of the Shan Nation. The city that was confronting Tashan was a kingdom called the Water Nation. This kingdom was also staking everything on one throw. They had mobilized all their troops to the forefront. At this time, there were 500,000 troops stationed in Tianshui City. The king of the Water Nation was personally leading the battle. At this moment, the king of the Water Nation suddenly received signals from the Suishan Nation and the Yun Nation. Tomorrow, they would attack the Tashan tribe at the same time. Why did they suddenly come up with such a countermeasure? It was too late for them to defend themselves. How could they still have the strength to fight back? However, the king of the Water Nation was also a ruthless person. Now that he was surrounded by these people, he was quite sullen. Now that there was such a good opportunity to fight back, there was nothing to worry about. Pass down the order. Prepare for the decisive battle tomorrow. Let's see how we kill these bastards. Immediately, the king of the Water Nation let out a low growl. To the king of the Water Nation, being surrounded and delayed by these people was simply a humiliation. Now that he finally had a chance to fight back, he would spare no effort. The generals under his command also admired their king very much. If they were to defend passively, they would only be able to consume their soldiers passively. If they were to die today, 3,000 would die tomorrow. In the end, they would only be able to protect this city. The enemy could casually send some troops over, and they could easily break through the city. However, if they were to take the initiative to attack, they would definitely be able to achieve a surprising effect and completely defeat the enemy. Not only would they be able to break their formation, but they would also be able to break their morale. If you are ruthless, then I will be even more ruthless. That was what he thought. The next day, Patriarch Tashin was leisurely lying on a chair made of human skin to rest and bask in the sun. The fallen tribe also liked to bask in the sun. They did not like to hide in a dark corner. If they liked to hide in a dark corner, there would be no need to attack these people's cities all day long. Counting the days, it has been 8 years since I left for the war. In another 2 years, I will have to replace the front line. Then I can go to the rear and rest. The fighting in the front line is really too dangerous. I can't believe that I can survive until the end. Tashin counted the days every day. The fallen tribe also had their own villages and towns. Even the cities that had been conquered had become the territory of the fallen clan, and they had treated them as their own homes. However, an outsider would always be an outsider and would eventually be chased out. A huge explosion shook the surroundings. Even the king of Tianshui City, who was 10 miles away, he could clearly hear it. The time has come. Charge! The king of Tianshui Nation immediately roared. Suddenly, 400,000 soldiers rushed out. The remaining 100,000 soldiers stayed behind to guard the headquarters. At least, they could provide reinforcements at any time. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran were both on a mountain peak, watching the battle below in full swing. It was not that Li Zhongjiu was unwilling to take action, but these people had been holding back for so long. Of course, it was appropriate for them to release the pressure in their hearts. If Li Zhongjiu took action and wiped out all of the Tashin tribe, it would be a threat to them. Only at the critical moment could they change the situation of the battle. After all, the soldiers of the human race were not incompetent. They were all real soldiers. The battle broke out in an instant. The 3 kingdoms and the Tashin tribe fought for 2 days, and the Tashin tribe was completely defeated. Although there were casualties among the 3 kingdoms, everyone was happy to kill. This was a desperate counterattack, a real counterattack. On the 3rd day, Tashin's head was chopped off by the king of Tianshui Nation. The king of Tianshui Nation chopped off the head of the Tashin tribe. Immediately, the joy in his heart poured out like a waterfall. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. Son, I've finally avenged you. I've slaughtered these bastards. The king of Tianshui Nation roared to the sky. 3 days of killing had exhausted him, but at this moment he still persevered. He must fight to the last moment. The opportunity for the human race to fight back had finally arrived. Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, and the others also came to the king of Tianshui Nation. Jiang Bai of Tianshui Nation greets the king. Chu Yan Guan of Yun Nation. Chu Yan Guan did not stand on ceremony. After knowing this, the king of Tianshui Nation finally got to know these 2 strong allies. If the 2 of them had not brought a large number of reinforcements, the human race would not have been able to wipe out the Tashin tribe so quickly. You are, the king of Tianshui Nation glanced at Chu Yanguan. When Chu Yanguan nodded, the king of Tianshui Nation nodded in response. Since he knew a little, he did not continue to speak. Thank you for your help. The human race is in high spirits with the help of the 2 generals. The king of Tianshui Nation said with a smile. They had been besieged by these people from the fallen battlefield for 8 years. They had lost many soldiers and generals over the past 8 years. Today, they could finally settle the score once and for all. It's not because of us. It's because of the 2 seniors who have been cultivating in seclusion. Without them, our city would have fallen a long time ago. Jiang Bai said. Nearly half a month had passed. Half a month ago, Jiang Bai and the others had discovered the traces of Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran at the Celestial Master Mountain. Now, in just half a month, the two of them had helped the Battle of Time defeat the fallen battlefield. They had completely wiped out a large portion of the fallen clan's forces. For the human race, this was a great victory. When the king of Tianshui Nation heard that such experts had appeared, he could not help but be surprised. He quickly asked the two of them to introduce him. However, Li Zongjio had already told Jian Bai not to bring anyone to meet them. After all, he did not have the time and energy to greet these people. At this moment, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were cultivating in a mountain outside the fallen city. Most of his time should be spent on cultivation. Only with a strong cultivation could they save the sacred martial realm. However, in the sacred martial realm, there were many people who were stronger than Li Zongjio. They had already reached this level, but none of them had taken action. Obviously, Li Zongjio's current cultivation was not enough. Chapter 13:27. Li Zongjio's mind sank into the Hell of Merits. At this moment, he was also studying the golden core in the Hell of Merits. I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Where did it come from? Li Zongjio circled around the golden core. At the same time as time passed, the golden core seemed to be spinning in circles, absorbing the golden light in the Hell of Merits. Finally, it gradually grew bigger. Originally, the golden core was only the size of an egg. In just a few days, it had already turned into the size of a bowl. Li Zongjio knocked on it and found that the golden core was still solid. He wanted to move it, but he was powerless. The golden core was still in the same place, motionless. Looks like it's not time yet. Li Zongjio thought in his heart and gave up on studying the golden core. Recently, Li Zongjio had also harvested a batch of medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs of the sacred martial realm were rich in spiritual energy and were quite old. It seemed that the people in the sacred martial realm rarely relied on pills to increase their cultivation. They just needed to cultivate as hard as they could. Or perhaps it was because the resources in this place were still insufficient, so there were no pills and the like. They were rather scarce. Only after the people above distributed the pills could they have such resources. The beast men did not know how to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, this batch of precious medicinal herbs fell into Li Zongjio's hands. He placed the Shura cauldron at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Zongjio also threw medicinal herbs into it. Li Zongjio directly refined a furnace of grade 8 elixir. However, there was no elixir thunder in the sky. This surprised Li Zongjio. Originally, he wanted to use the elixir thunder to refine his body. Unexpectedly, there was no elixir thunder in this place. Another batch of good medicinal herbs. Li Zongjio put away these medicinal pills. Now that his cultivation had reached this level, it was not easy to break through. Even if he took these medicinal pills every day, the effect would be minimal. He could only take it slow. However, it was still necessary to consolidate his means. Qi Yanran, on the other hand, was making rapid progress. Qi Yanran was now able to freely enter and exit the Blue Bird platform. Little Blue has recovered. Qi Yanran suddenly appeared in front of Li Zongjio and said. Then a small blue bird flapped its wings and flew briskly in front of Li Zongjio. It could be said that all these experiences were brought about by the mountain puffin. Li Zongjio didn't think that things would be so coincidental. This mountain seagull was actually so powerful. It directly changed their fates, and in the end, they inexplicably came to such a place. In fact, if they didn't come here, they wouldn't have had such an experience. Qi Yanran gently leaned her head on Li Zongjio's shoulder. The two of them stood on top of the mountain, facing the setting sun and quietly feeling the tranquility in the air. If only there were no wars in the world. Qi Yanran said slowly, "Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived in a peaceful environment? How can there be no wars in the world? Even if the beast man in front of us disappeared, the big countries in the sacred martial realm will definitely fight with each other. The disputes will never stop. Li Zongjiu said, "Only by being strong can one keep a place safe. The peace you see is just because someone is helping you carry the burden." Qi Yanran also nodded. She naturally understood these principles, but she also hoped to see a day of peace. However, it seemed to be impossible. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. This would never change. The Battle of Time had won a great victory. The 5 kingdoms had entered Fallen City one after another and completed the restoration of this place. The Fallen City was completely reconstructed. With the strength of the 5 kingdoms, it was naturally easy to rebuild a city. Now was not the ancient times, where stones needed to be stacked up bit by bit. Instead, there were some large machines. It took a total of 5 days to restore the entire Fallen City. However, the news of the victory of the Battle of Time directly reached the ears of one of the countries, and it immediately caused a huge uproar. Immediately, he dispatched an emissary. It seemed that this was a very serious problem. Now, with the strength of the 5 kingdoms, they jointly built an important military camp in Fallen City. Before there was a leader, the representatives of the 5 kingdoms also specially gathered to discuss matters. The Water King did not come personally, but sent an old general to oversee this place. When they heard the news of the people from the 5 kingdoms coming, the generals of the 5 kingdoms also prepared a welcoming ceremony. At least these people could come, which meant that they represented hope. The 5 kingdoms still valued them very much. The kingdom that came this time was called the Country of Fire. In the Country of Fire, there was an imperial tutor who directly cultivated on the Holy Mountain and became a disciple of the Holy Mountain, which made people envious. In the Country of Fire, there were at least 10 heavenly masters from the 5 kingdoms. Originally, the heavenly masters were all overseeing important places. This time, a heavenly master was specially sent here for them. To them, it was also a matter of great importance. Above Fallen City, when the time was up, a golden light suddenly broke through the sky from afar. Then, a golden warship directly emerged from this golden light. Just this radiance alone was enough to make the soldiers below feel extremely warm and comfortable. Even the fatigue brought on by the past few days gradually improved at this moment. It made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was really the work of a heavenly master. All the soldiers also knelt down in this direction, respectfully welcoming the arrival of the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters. If it weren't for the Shang Kingdom's celestial masters defending in more dangerous places, perhaps the enemy they would have to face would be even more terrifying. This was all because of the existence of these heavenly masters. Welcome, Heavenly Master. Welcome, Heavenly Master. From this golden worship, an old figure directly walked out. With one step, he soared into the air, and with another step, he arrived in front of Jiang Bai and the others. Everyone rise. I am the Heavenly Master of the Country of Fire, Chenju. Chenju's voice was directly transmitted into the ears of these people. Immediately, his voice continuously reverberated in their ears. It was as though he had directly carved a brand into them. The display of his strength this time around was also quite intimidating. In addition to Chenju, there were 2 young disciples accompanying him. These 2 young people looked arrogant between their eyebrows. Their clothes were clean and spotless, and the material was gorgeous, and the style was exaggerated. They looked like royalty patrolling such a place. There was also a hint of disdain in their eyes. Even if such a barren place is occupied by the fallen race, it doesn't matter much. That's right. I really don't know why they are still guarding such a place. Jiang Bai and the others were furious. The reason why they were able to conquer the fallen city was because of the sacrifice of countless people. They were able to hold on until now and had the opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, these 2 young men actually called the fallen city a barbarian's land. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox translated by Ciencia World. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Ju reprimanded. but the expression on his face did not have the slightest intention of relaxing the blame. Jiang Bai and the others saw it, but they did not dare to say anything in their hearts. After all, the person in front of them was the real heavenly master of the country of fire. The two young people also snorted coldly at each other. Although Master said so, in fact, it was to take into account the heavenly master's face. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. These weak ants actually dared to put on an act in front of them. They could trample them to death in minutes. In fact, it would only take a single step to trample you to death. Let's talk inside. Chen Ju led the two disciples into the main hall. Now, the main hall had been renovated, but in fact, it was only a very simple foundation that was built. It looked extremely simple and crude. Tell me, who helped you? Chen Ju sat on the high seat and said indifferently. Jiang Bai and the others looked at each other and clearly felt that there was something wrong with Chen Ju's tone. Why did it feel like he was not here to reward, but to blame? Heavenly Master, what do you mean? Jiang Bai was the most familiar with Li Zongjiu and the others. If the Heavenly Master really wanted to blame something, he would definitely not expose Li Zongjiu and the others. Therefore, he took the lead to stand out and test the Heavenly Master's tone. Chapter 13:28. What do you mean? You idiots actually have the cheek to ask my master what he means. Hurry up and hand over that person, otherwise all of you will die. Next to Chinju, a disciple who looked younger stepped forward and shouted angrily. When they received this news, they were almost driven mad by the stupidity of the people of the Age War realm. They actually dared to claim victory at this time. If they really wanted to destroy the fallen war realm, could it be that their heavenly masters were not strong enough? Why would they need trash like you to take action, causing the current situation to be difficult to resolve? The current stable stalemate could be said to be the result of countless battles between the heavenly masters and the beast god temple. They only needed to maintain this situation for 2 more years. The human race would definitely be able to launch a counterattack. After the Sacred Mountains plan was completed, it would be extremely easy to kill these half-beastmen. They had already endured for 8 years. Could it be that they could not even withstand the last 2 years? What a bunch of idiots. When these words came out, Jiang Bai and the others were also surprised and shocked. They looked at each other. Clearly, they did not understand what these people meant. Shouldn't they be rejoicing over their victory? Looking at the situation in front of them, it seemed that they wanted to find the 2 seniors, Li Zongjiu, and interrogate them. No, they were clearly here to interrogate them. When the older senior saw the expressions on Jiang Bai and the rest's faces, he gently shook his head. These foolish, uncivilized, and unintelligent people were after all limited to this point. Hence, he could not blame them. Immediately, he took a step forward and cleared his throat. There are some things that are difficult for you to understand at your current level. Let me put it this way. Now that the battle between the human race and the fallen race has stabilized, letting the fallen race gain a little advantage can reach the extent of confusing them, making them a little complacent and let their guard down. However, you directly destroyed the fallen war realm today, which will definitely arouse the vigilance of the fallen race, and they will counterattack. Next, they will definitely counterattack with all their strength, leaving us with less and less time. Perhaps the losses caused will be even greater. The Sacred Mountain will have to pay a greater price to make up for the losses caused by your victory. The older man shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, they discovered it in time. If they tried to salvage the situation now, they would at least be able to make it in time. After all, they were here to salvage the situation. However, it was a pity for these people. Presumably, only a few of them would survive. Jiang Bai and the others finally understood. It turned out that the reason why these heavenly masters had not made a move was because they were afraid of angering these people from the beast god temple. At that time, if these people from the beast god temple retaliated, there would definitely be greater losses and trouble. This was also the real reason why they were unwilling to make a move. Haha, what you all are saying is that you'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Do you know how many soldiers and citizens of our 5 nations will die? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yen stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling as he glared at the people in front of him. Is the great Chu country not enough? Is this what you call a small advantage? Chu Yen Guan's voice trembled. Great Chu state, at the front line of resisting the fallen clan. The first to rise up and counterattack was the Shangua. Back then, the great Chu state was at its peak. There were more than 100 supreme being experts. These experts were equivalent to the heavenly masters of the Shangua. However, when the great Chu state rose up and counterattacked, the other great nations did not help at all. Instead, they watched coldly from the sidelines and fought a bitter battle. The great Chu state was completely destroyed. Hundreds of heavenly masters. None of them surrendered. However, all of them died in battle. What a heroic act! At the same time, it was equivalent to completely angering the beast god temple. From then on, the entire sacred martial realm fell into the flames of war. The beast god temple announced an all-out attack. The remaining 5 great nations formed a war zone with each other and created the sacred mountain. With the sacred mountain as the leader, they led the remaining people to resist. In fact, if they had joined forces to attack at the same time, they would not have ended up like this. It was because the remaining 5 great nations were afraid of the great Yen state's strength. Therefore, they did not make a move and watched coldly from the sidelines. It was only after the great Yen state was destroyed that they were willing to take action. Only then did they form an alliance and barely resist the beast god temple's attack. However, the world knew very little about the secret of the past. Most of the people only knew that it was because of the great Yen kingdom's resistance that they had the time to form the alliance of great nations. Only then did they have the opportunity to create the sacred mountain. However, they did not know that it was because they were afraid of angering the beast god temple. At the same time, they also wanted to exhaust the strength of the great Yen state. Therefore, they did not form an alliance. If that was the case, it was really despicable and shameless. Jiang Bai and the others did not expect that Chu Yingguan would reveal such a big secret. They did not even know about it before. However, the celestial master in front of them was obviously treating them, the people of small countries, as sacrificial lambs. He even directly treated them as food and deliberately threw them to the fallen race. He used this method to delay the fallen race's attack and give them enough time to make some bullshit preparations. You are a remnant of the great Yen state. Qin Ju glanced at Chu Yingguan. There was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. On the contrary, he was quite angry. If the great Yen state did not betray the sacred martial realm, how could the fallen clan form an attack so quickly? If you did not activate the teleportation array, how could the fallen clan cross the boundary and come here? Qin Ju reprimanded. The crowd could not tell what was going on. It seemed that there was a hidden story behind it. Bullshit! Chu Yingguan roared. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed at Qin Ju. Obviously, Chu Yingguan would not allow these people to slander the warriors of the great Yen state. You are courting death. Bang! The older disciple directly waved his hand, and a blast of energy directly sent Chu Yingguan flying dozens of meters away. Chu Yingguan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground with a bang. How dare you challenge the heavenly master with the strength of a mortal? Jiang Bai and the others could no longer hold back when they saw that their comrade was sent flying by the opponent. They all drew their swords and stood up. Jiang Bai's guards also surrounded Chu Yingguan to protect him. You are all from the great nation. Don't you think this is too much? Jiang Bai's eyes were burning with anger. They were simply not treating them as humans. If that was the case, they did not need to rely on the bullshit heavenly master of the great nation. There were many things that could not be clearly explained by one's mouth. A discerning person could naturally see who was right and who was wrong at a glance. Chu Yanguan had led the troops to fight in the Yun Nation and had never retreated half a step. However, these so-called heavenly masters of the great nation were nowhere to be found. Now that they had appeared, they actually dared to hurt the comrades that they protected with their lives. Are you delusional enough to challenge the might of the heavenly master? The senior brother took a step forward and released a powerful aura in an instant. It suppressed the crowd to the point that they could not breathe. They even felt that their bodies were about to explode. The junior brother at the side looked at the scene and smiled disdainfully. They were just a bunch of lowly ants. How dare they act so presumptuously in front of them? Just when Jiang Bai and the others were about to collapse, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past and directly extinguished the aura. The senior martial brother was also surprised. Jiang Bai and the others were surprised to find that there was no longer any pressure on their bodies. Instead, they were incomparably relaxed. Moreover, after being suppressed just now, their bodies seemed to have been injected with energy, allowing them to recover directly. Look, I told you. Some people are even more half-beastmen than those half-beastmen. They are practically half-beastmen. A voice rang out outside the hall. Then, 2 young figures walked in. Senior. Jiang Bai was pleasantly surprised when he saw the newcomers. They were Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. However, Jiang Bai's expression quickly changed. Senior, leave quickly. They are here to kill you. Chapter 13:29. At this moment, Jiang Bai did not think of escaping because of these people. Instead, he quickly reported to Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio and the others' actions were the real act of saving the human race. As for these heavenly masters from the heavenly kingdom in front of them, they were simply a group of thieves. They did not even know what kind of ugly dealings they had with the beast god temple. Now, it must be because their cooperation had been destroyed, so they acted like this. "Wanna leave?" The young junior brother directly snorted. He had long wanted to capture these people, but they actually caused so much trouble. A group of mortals who did not understand the sacrifices they had made behind the scenes and only knew how to cause trouble. Such ants, if they were to be trampled to death, so be it. Nonsense. Qi Yanran snorted coldly, flipped her wrist across the air, and slapped toward this junior brother. Bam! This junior brother's body was directly slapped against the wall of the main hall and directly flew out. He did not have the strength to fight back and was easily flattened like a fly. "How dare you hurt my junior brother?" Immediately, the senior brother was shocked. These people in front of him were actually so bold to cause trouble here and even dare to sneak attack. "Kneel!" Li Zongjio directly shouted in a low voice. Immediately, this senior brother's knees directly smashed into the floor with a thud. His whole body also knelt down, and the moment his knees landed, they had already broken both of his legs. It was full of strength and was quite strong. Ah! Immediately, this senior brother also spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain from his legs made this senior brother feel for the first time that his bones were broken. Li Zongjio also deliberately magnified his pain by 10 times, so at this moment he felt it very clearly. Seeing that Li Zongjio and the senior brother had actually taken care of the other party's 2 disciples so easily, they were not on the same level at all. In this way, it seemed that Li Zongjio's strength might be even stronger than this heavenly master of the heavenly kingdom in front of him. Otherwise, this heavenly master from the country of fire would not have allowed his disciples' legs to be broken and his other disciple to be thrown out. Qi Yanran came to Chu Yanguan's side and helped him up. At the same time, he sent a stream of essence force into Chu Yanguan's body to help him recover. To deal with a little girl, they were actually so vicious. These people were obviously not good people. In the beginning, the 2 of them did not rush over directly. Instead, he was observing the situation from afar with his mental power. He waited until Chu Yanguan was injured by the other party before he came over. He wanted to teach the person in front of him a lesson. He was too arrogant and presumptuous. Were you looking for me just now? Li Zongjio walked to the front and came directly in front of Chinju, as if he did not care if the other party would launch a sneak attack. However, when Chenju saw the movements of Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran, he knew that the two of them were close to the Supreme Being realm. However, it was obvious that they had not reached the Supreme Being realm and were not enough to make Chinju wary. However, the two of them were quite powerful. If he could recruit them, they would definitely be able to increase the strength and glory of the country of fire. He originally thought that it was just two reckless Yuan monarchs causing trouble here. However, now it seemed that the battle had changed because of the two of them. Moreover, the two of them were not weak. If he could recruit them, he could make use of them. I am the heavenly master of the country of fire. Where are the two of you cultivating? It could be seen that the two of them were still very young. They were even younger than Chenju's two disciples. Clearly, there must be a powerful master behind the two of them. Perhaps this was only one of the other party's trials. The other party's master might not be clear about the current chaotic situation, so he asked, "You should call me Grandpa in front of your ancestors." Li Zongjiu sat down opposite Chinju with a swagger and spoke without any scruples. He did not give Chinju any face at all. He did not even give the country of fire any face. Immediately, Chenju's expression froze. Li Zongjie was provoking him too much. Did he really want to fight to the death? Jiang Bai and the others did not expect Li Zongjie to humiliate the other party in public so domineeringly. "Young man, you should be careful with your words. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am giving your master face this time." Chenju's expression did not change at all. However, anyone could tell that Chinju was not in a good mood. He was also expressionless when he spoke. "Oh, then I will give you face too." After Li Zongjie finished speaking, he flicked his finger. The head of the senior brother, who had been shouting at the side, was directly blown off. It exploded into pieces instantly. Everyone present was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Some of them had even been slashed to the bone. What kind of tragic scene had they not seen before? Therefore, when they saw such a scene, they did not feel the slightest bit of shock. In fact, they even felt an incomparably carefree feeling in their hearts. Just now, these people kept calling them ants and mortals. They simply did not treat them as humans. With such disrespect, even if they had great strength, they would not have a good ending. Look, their words came true immediately. You are courting death." Chenju could no longer sit still. A terrifying origin energy erupted from him. His body was burning with flames. Moreover, Chinju's eyes were spewing flames of anger. However, he did not make a move. This was because Chinju was not sure if he was a match for these two people. Moreover, these two people seemed to reveal a trace of strangeness. This made Chinju vigilant in his heart. Although a disciple had died, there was no need to put himself in danger. "I will bear with it first. When the time comes, I will find someone to deal with you," Chinju thought in his heart. However, he clenched his fists and put them down again. "Are you kidding me? I killed your disciple. You clench your fists and you are done? Isn't that too perfunctory? What if I kill another one?" Immediately, Li Zongjie made a grabbing motion in the air and grabbed the younger junior fellow apprentice from the pile of ruins. With a whoosh, he landed in front of Li Zongjie. Qi Yanran's palm strike just now could be considered to have spared his life. However, his injuries could not be healed so quickly. Therefore, after being hit, he was lying on the ground and could not get up for a long time. At this moment, he was also caught in Li Zongjie's hand. His palm was pressed against the latter's head. Immediately, this junior brother saw his senior brother's corpse. Although his body was in an extremely bad condition, at this moment he was also frantically twisting his body. "Master, save me! Save me!" Immediately, this junior brother also begged his master, hoping that his master would save him. Young man, don't go overboard. If you kill him, the country of fire will definitely not let you. Bam! Li Zongjiu's 5 fingers exerted a little force. It was as if he was crushing an egg, and he directly crushed this person's head. After that, Li Zongjiu also wiped the bloodstains on his hands on his body. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu seemed to have just heard Chen Ju's words. He asked Chen Ju with a blank face, a dignified celestial master of the country of fire. 2 of his disciples had died in front of him, but he was indifferent. It was not that he was indifferent, but he did not dare to move at all. Born cowards, you have the nerve to do this? Li Zongjiu could see that these people really did not have any guts at all. When they bullied their own people, they were sonorous and forceful. Once they met a really ruthless person, they did not even dare to fart. Today, I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Chen Ju roared angrily. The aura on his body exploded again, and he directly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was simply too much of a bully. He had killed his disciples in front of everyone and even humiliated him in front of everyone. Even if you are capable, how can I, the dignified celestial master of the country of fire, be frightened by you juniors? Then he directly circulated his essence force and suddenly struck toward Li Zongjiu's head. In this palm he had circulated his essence force to the extreme, and it directly condensed into a terrifying force that sealed the space around Li Zongjiu. The crowd could only see that Li Zongjiu seemed to be instantly surrounded by this ball of flames. Immediately they all exclaimed. Chen Ju also realized that Li Zongjiu could not dodge at all. He was secretly delighted. It turned out that this trash was just bluffing and did not have any real abilities. It was a good opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu and restore his reputation. Boom! When Chen Ju's palm, which was condensed with the fire essence force, hit Li Zongjiu hard, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Next, he just waited for Li Zongjiu to fly out directly. However, Li Zongjiu just stood at the same spot. It could be said that his feet did not move at all. At the same time, he looked at the person in front of him with an extremely shocked expression. Why don't you use your full strength? Chapter 1330. Li Zongjiu stood where he was and used his body to block Chen Ju's palm. From Chen Ju's point of view, Li Zongjiu should have been smashed to pieces by this palm. If not, his body should have been sent flying, and he should have been burned to ashes in midair. Suddenly, Chen Ju felt that the power that he had injected into Li Zongjiu's body was rapidly returning. Not good. Chen Ju immediately leaped up, wanting to escape towards the back. However, it was too late. The power that Chen Ju had just sent out had circulated in Li Zongjiu's body and returned to Chen Ju's body. Bang! Chen Ju's entire body was sent flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell to the ground. Moreover, the power of flames instantly spread across Chen Ju's body. The terrifying burning power caused Chen Ju to be in great pain. Spare my life! Chen Ju's entire body was on fire as he shouted at Li Zongjiu. However, it didn't last long before it was burned to ashes with a boom. The dignified heavenly master of the Shang nation was burned to ashes in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. In their impression, the celestial master of the Shang Empire must be very strong. But today he died in front of them, right under their noses. However, no one felt sorry for this because, in their opinion, these people deserved to die. Previously, they had actually said that they would let these beastmen take advantage of them and use the power of a few small countries to fill their stomachs. This way, they would not launch too fierce an attack. There was no need to respect people who did not care about the lives of ordinary people. In the past, I thought that these heavenly masters of the Shang nation had really tried their best. Jiang Bai mocked himself. He did not expect that they had fought so hard at the front line and narrowly escaped death. However, they had only been treated as a buffer. They did not even care about their lives. Chu Yan had already recovered. Everyone, don't give up. There are many people like us who are fighting back with all their might. We can't let these people die in vain." When he said this, Chu Yen Guan could not help but shed tears. In fact, Chu Yen Guan wasn't the princess of the Chu Yun kingdom, but the princess of the Yen kingdom. Just like the other great kingdoms, the strength of the great Yen kingdom back then was definitely second to none. However, it was precisely because the strength of the great Yen kingdom was too strong and too powerful that these people were afraid of it. That was why he hid a man when he was down back then. Even when the great Yen kingdom was besieged, he did not lend a hand. Jiang Bai and the others looked at Chu Yen. The dignified great Yen kingdom was destroyed in one night. All over the country, tens of millions of people were killed. No one survived. In order for Chu Yen Guan to survive, the royal family had paid a great price to send Chu Yen Guan out. Since then, Chu Yen Guan had been on the road of escape. Then, he went to the Chu Yun kingdom. The Chu Yun kingdom and the great Yen kingdom were old friends. Moreover, the Chu Yun kingdom's king clearly knew that the great Yen kingdom was the real power to resist the half-beastmen back then. As for these people now, they were just a group of cowards who were hiding in their shells. They were not on the same level at all. In order to avenge his father and his country, Chu Yen Guan had to fight back. Therefore, Chu Yen Guan did not hesitate to join the frontline battle. Even now, the 5 great kingdoms of the Holy Mountain wanted to find the survivors of the great Yen kingdom and kill them one by one. This way, they could completely control the hearts of the people. It was truly vicious to the extreme. You children, you have swords and sabers in your hands. If you always wait for others to save you, you will die sooner or later. If you want to live, you must not put your hope in others. Li Zongjiu also sighed. Even though he was the evil venerable, when he heard about such a thing, he could only imagine how heroic that scene was. In the end, he actually ended up like this because of jealousy. The human heart was terrifying, it was hard to imagine. Therefore, when the almighty evil lord heard such a thing happen, he was also very moved. Li Zongjiu's words had a little effect on them. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. If they always waited for these people to save them, they would all die sooner or later. We just didn't expect that even these heavenly masters from the great kingdom would be unreliable. Not all of them are like this. Not everyone is like this. There are also some true cultivators who want to save the world, said Chu Yen Guan. Chu Yen Guan said, "Only when you are in pain would you think about how to get yourself out of it. This time, the Country of Fire will definitely investigate thoroughly after killing the heavenly masters of the Country of Fire. Seniors, you should leave this place as soon as possible. As for the deaths of these 3 people, we can say that they were killed by the half-beastmen." Jiang Bai and the others were now thinking about how to escape for Li Zongjiu and Chu Yen Guan. Li Zongjiu and Chu Yen had already helped them too much. This time, offending the Country of Fire would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. We won't go anywhere. Since this fallen city has been attacked, where are we going next? Said Qi Yanran. At the same time, there was a very angry look in her eyes. After all, these people were really too much. How could they do such a thing and send these innocent people to their deaths? It was simply embarrassing. If a cultivator could not shoulder their own mission, then what was the use of their abilities? It was not that they should be chivalrous and do good deeds all day long. This was already a matter of life and death for the human race. How could it have nothing to do with them so easily? Let's stay and help them. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu was stunned. Although it was said that Li Zongjiu's nature was freewheeling and he only wanted to help his family and establish a real big family, who would have thought that they would come to such a place, encountering such a ferocious battle? If they stayed, it would be equivalent to dealing with the beast god temple on one hand and dealing with the group of hypocrites on the holy mountain on the other. Of course, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of either side. However, once he decided to do this, Li Zongjiu would definitely not give up halfway. Qi Yanran also knew that her decision might be a little capricious. However, Qi Yanran also knew that if the two of them did not help, perhaps tomorrow the people in the Battle of Time would be easily destroyed. The strength of these people was not a joke. Dealing with the people in the Battle of Time would definitely be an easy task. Li Zongjio had never liked to be restrained, but this time, Qi Yanran also hoped that Li Zongjio would agree. Okay, Li Zongjio said. Qi Yanran's eyes suddenly lit up. How could Jiang Bai and the others not understand at this moment that Li Zongjio and Chu Guan were willing to stay and help them? What an honor this was. They were finally saved. Don't worry with me, evil lord here. These strange things will not be allowed to be presumptuous. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Since they were going to do it, they should really do it. Jiang Bai and the others cheered, and Chu Guan was also very happy. Finally, they were saved. Chapter 1331. This was not a game. Instead, a real battle awaited them. If they failed, tens of millions of lives would be lost. Now, only 5 small countries had joined. But in the future, there would definitely be other forces joining. Li Zongjio wasn't good at arranging troops and fighting wars. If Wan Yulan was here, she would definitely be able to command these messy troops well. At least, the situation would not be as chaotic as it was now. Li Zongjio did not care about the arrangement of the battlefield. He just asked Jiang Bai to pay attention. If there were some opponents that he could not deal with, he could directly hand them over to them. The 5 generals of the Battle of Time. Now, they were finally united for a meeting. Even if the generals were to sit together, they still needed to recommend a real leader. As for the countries behind these generals, they were all in charge of the rear and provided supplies. They did not even know that Li Zongjio had already killed a heavenly master. But after all, the military power was in the hands of these generals, and Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran were also quite famous in the army. With just a few words, they would immediately pick up their swords and spears and charge forward to fight. The general recommended by everyone was handed over to Jiang Bai. He would become the leader of the 5 generals. First of all, Jiang Bai and Li Zongjio were more familiar with each other. Moreover, Jiang Bai's talent was indeed very high. In terms of combat experience, the people present were almost the same. No one had ever been a coward. In this case, the opportunity naturally fell on Jiang Bai, who was twice as young as him. As for Chu Yanguan, with his ability to lead troops, he was still much worse than Jiang Bai. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran went to arrange a large array for the fallen city. In the next period of time, they must use the fallen city as a base to launch a thorough counterattack. When the Battle of Time began to counterattack, the pressure on the other Battle of Time would naturally be reduced by a lot. The rest of the people would certainly be able to feel the changes on the battlefield and automatically unite. There was no need for these people from the Heavenly Master to take action. They could handle these things themselves. Now, Fallen City has a total of 600,000 soldiers from 5 countries. Today, we have taken down the Fallen City. The Beast God Temple will definitely send people to attack us. Our goal in this 1 month is to defend the city. General Luo, I need your troops to investigate the garrison. The intelligence of the garrison will be handed over to your Wind Country's army. Country of Wind, General Luo Yong. Luo Yong accepts the order. Leave it to me. General Chu, the enemy will definitely attack fiercely. I estimate that the battle will last for more than a month. Our reserves won't be able to last that long. Within 3 days after the battle, I want to find their headquarters. Jiang Bai said to Chu Yan. Although Chu Yanguan was the princess of the great Yan kingdom, her current identity was that of a general of the Yun kingdom. Since he was personally leading the troops, he had to obey his orders. Chu Yan accepts the order. In addition, the archers of the Moon Nation and the troops of the Water Nation are to immediately start building defensive fortifications and traps. When the war starts, the troops of my country will be the vanguard. A series of arrangements showed Jiang Bai's talent in commanding. He had arranged the troops of the 5 nations in an orderly manner. As for the top experts of the enemy, there was no need to worry about them. With the formation set up by Li Zongjiu, the enemy would only die no matter how many came. There was no need to worry at all. In the sky above the fallen city, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had finished setting up the formation. Qi Yanran came to Li Zongjiu's side. "You won't blame me, right? Am I too capricious?" Qi Yanran was worried that Li Zongjiu would be angry because this decision was very immature. Although the two of them were very strong and could even roam freely in the Holy Martial Continent, they were basically invincible in the world. However, this was the Holy Martial Realm, and there were no less than 6 experts in the Holy Martial Realm. There would even be more experts, and this number could only be increased. Qi Yanran's decision would undoubtedly put the two of them in a dangerous situation. "Silly girl, as long as I'm here, I won't let you make a mistake." Li Zongjiu took Qi Yanran in his arms. There was no need to say anything more. Li Zongjiu would certainly give his full support to his woman's decision. Even if it was wrong, he would fight until everyone in the world said that it was right. If anyone disagreed, then he would kill them all. This was the style of the evil lord. He would do whatever he wanted. What's more, Qi Yanran now said that she would stay and save these people. Someone had to come and save them, right? Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were such people. There was always someone who had to carry the burden forward. Since Qi Yanran had decided to be such a person, Li Zongjiu would have to carry all the burden. Fallen City had been preparing for half a month. During this half a month, it was calm and peaceful. It was worth mentioning that when the king of the country of wind found out that the people of Fallen City had killed a heavenly master, he actually ordered the troops of the country of wind to retreat and return to his own headquarters. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of this matter, but General Luoyong of the country of wind. It took him 2 days to return to the country of wind and directly cut off the head of the king of wind. He was greedy for life and afraid of death. It was the existence of such a person that hindered the development of many things. It was already such a chaotic world, but he was still so timid. Luoyong's country of wind also directly gained great support from the people. As for the rich and the country gentry and the like, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Jiang Bai and the others also admired Luoyong's behavior. These people were thinking of ways to fight here with their lives on the front line, helping you think of ways to resist the danger. But this group of trash only thought about how to protect themselves all day long. Wouldn't they kill you in minutes? The glorious battle results of the Battle of Time had also spread to the ears of the Holy Mountain. A mere Battle of Time actually dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Mountain, especially when it was said that a troublesome guy called Evil Lord had appeared recently. For such troublemakers, it was necessary to take them down quickly and ruthlessly, let them know how powerful they were. But now it seemed that they didn't need to do anything, because the Beast God Temple had already sent out a powerful army. It was called the Plague Army. The Plague Army, a fierce army of 7 million half-beastmen, was now pressing on the border. His only thought was to conquer the War of Time Realm. Even the Holy Mountain had sent people to negotiate, but they were directly beaten back. The Fallen City would never let such a thing happen. They couldn't give these humans any hope. Country of Fire, the capital, the flames of war were swirling in the outside world, but the Country of Fire was peaceful and magnificent. Even the surrounding buildings were quite perfect, and the people living here were also quite extravagant. In the palace, there were already many officials who wanted to completely wipe out the Battle of Time. These people actually dared to kill the heavenly masters they sent out. They were simply lawless. If it weren't for the fact that the Country of Fire had provided so many weapons to the other countries, they actually repaid kindness with enmity. They were simply a group of ingrates. Every day during the court assembly, there would be a quarrel over this matter. Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity to send troops. As long as we protect the Fallen City and destroy the Plague Army, the dignity of the fallen city will no longer exist. Our human race will definitely be able to revive. We can't let these fallen city people succeed," said a minister. "This group of barbarians in the battle of time killed our heavenly masters. And you still want to send troops to help them? Are you stupid? In my opinion, Your Majesty, we should immediately take down the kings of the 5 countries in the battle of time and behead them in public to show our country's prestige." Someone directly stood up and said angrily, "Haha, Sun Gongbao, you're really capable. You don't dare to kill so many half-orcs, but you're awe-inspiring after killing a few human compatriots. Haiduk Zhao, I'm doing this for the sake of the country of fire. As for the half-beastmen, what's there to be afraid of? Wherever the great Yen cavalry passes, we'll definitely slaughter all the fallen half-beastmen. That's that. I'm talking about Heavenly Master Chinju now." Sun Gongbao was also a cunning person. He casually rounded things up and quickly turned the sharp spearhead around. "All right, the 2 of you stop quarreling. The King of Great Yen had finally spoken. If he still didn't speak up, the court assembly would probably become a war of words again. The matter of the Battle of Time will naturally be passed down after the people of the Heavenly Master Association have discussed it. Other than that, if there's nothing else, the court assembly will be dismissed." "I'm tired," said the King of Great Yen. A little eunuch beside him immediately shouted, "Court assembly is dismissed." Minister Zhao's face was also filled with anxiety. The fallen city had already sent troops. If they still didn't act, it would be too late. This clearly meant that they didn't want to send troops. Chapter 1332. Li Zongjiu's nickname, Evil Lord. It had already spread out in the fallen city. Now everyone knew that this mysterious senior was called Evil Lord. It didn't matter what his real name was, as long as they knew that it was Evil Lord who saved them. At the same time, the glorious achievements of the great Yen kingdom had gradually spread out and made people familiar with them. They all knew that the great Yen kingdom was the real warrior. To be able to fight alongside such a person would be an incomparably glorious thing, although there were only 600,000 troops stationed there. Later, the 5 countries pooled together again and made the garrison up to 800,000 troops. The 800,000 troops were stationed in the fallen city. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran came to the city wall. The soldiers of the 5 countries knew that it was because of these 2 people that their homeland was saved, so they were also incomparably respectful to Evil Lord. And this Evil Lord's wife. This time, the beast god Temple sent out the so-called Plague Army. They have at least 7 million troops, and possibly 8 million troops. Jiang Bai reported on the city wall. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had arranged a lot of formations around the city. At the same time, they had also refined some elixirs in the past 2 days. Then they mixed the elixirs into the water and let the soldiers drink it. As a result, these soldiers who had never eaten elixirs had a great improvement rapidly. Each of them had at least 2 to 3 levels of breakthrough. It directly increased the combat strength of all the soldiers by 2 times. Even Jiang Bai and the others had a small breakthrough. If 1 or 2 people had a breakthrough, it would only have a small effect. But when 800,000 soldiers had a breakthrough at the same time, one could imagine how terrifying the effect would be. Who could imagine such a situation? When they were stacked together, it would also be an extremely terrifying effect. Among them, there are more than 20 generals of the primitive emperor realm. Jiang Bai said, "The strongest one is the Plague Army General. This person is also the leader of the Plague Army, and the life snatchers under his command are all fierce." Jiang Bai said, and then looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. He wanted to see what the 2 of them thought about the current situation. What kind of bullshit names are these? Did you guys give it that name? Who knew that Li Zongjiu would directly say such a sentence, as if he had grasped the main point of the word plague? Was such a name more frightening? No, they announced it themselves. Jiang Bai said, "Although the fallen race were all half-beastmen, the higher their strength, the closer they were to humans. These fallen race even believed that they must replace the weak human race and that they themselves were the true superior race. His strength was the strongest, and he had nothing to fear. All right, these people are definitely not well educated. Li Zongjiu said, other than the plague general. There is also the death general, who is stronger than the plague general. Chu Yan said, back then, these two people were defeated by my father. At this point, Chu Yanguan's mouth could not help but curl up into a proud smile. His father's achievements back then were also incomparably glorious. If it wasn't for the great Yan kingdom's full strength, how could the current situation be like this? The Beast God Temple was worried that the other countries had similar strength to the great Yan kingdom. If all of them were so fierce, the Beast God Temple wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, the Beast God Temple also needed time to repair the teleportation formation. The subsequent battles gradually slowed down. Compared to the other countries, it was still an era of peace. But this was all in exchange for the lives of the experts of the great Yan kingdom. This battle is also for the heroic spirits of the great Yan kingdom. Jiang Bai and the others learned about the great Yan kingdom's achievements from Chu Yanguan. They also knew about the contributions made by the great Yan kingdom, and they were really impressed. In the beginning, the Beast God Temple had a troop called Tian Sha. These two people are only at the bottom of the Tian Sha. Chu Yanguan said, Tian Sha? Li Zongjiu heard the name and guessed that it must have some background. The Tian Sha are all Supreme Being experts. Our great Yan kingdom was destroyed by the Tian Sha. Of course, the Tian Sha was also severely injured in that battle. Oh, that means the Tian Sha is their main strength. As long as we destroy the Tian Sha, we will also break their teeth. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. He exchanged a look with Qi Yanran. Obviously, he meant that when he had the time, he would directly destroy this thing called Tian Sha. If that was the case, there were indeed many experts in the Beast God Temple. The Dark Hall had two major organizations. Now, the Beast God Temple actually had a Tian Sha. Generally speaking, such an organization would also have seats for elders and deacons, and the number should be about half of the Tian Sha. If the strength of the Tian Sha was amplified by 5 times, it would be the strength of the Beast God Temple. A single Tian Sha was able to destroy the great Yan kingdom. If all the big countries had joined forces, they might not have lost. Li Zongjiu also shared his analysis. In fact, the human race did have the strength. But who knew that they would be involved in such a situation? It simply made people feel helpless and even infuriated. These people were too disappointing. Hearing Li Zongjiu's analysis, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. These people, one day, Jiang Bai, will wring their heads off. Jiang Bai had a bad temper. He was simply angered to death by these people. The rest of the people felt the same. Destroying the Tian Sha was easy to say. The great Yan kingdom had hundreds of Supreme Being experts, but they could only severely injure the Tian Sha. From this, one could see the strength of the Tian Sha. It's coming, Qi Yanran said. There was a blue bird flying back quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Qi Yanran's shoulder. When Chu Yan saw Qi Yanran's bird, he was very curious. Where did this bird come from? And it seemed to be very smart. When Qi Yanran's voice faded away, the entire fallen city shook violently. Rumble. Even the walls were on the verge of shattering from the vibrations. Everyone could not help but clench the weapons in their hands, staring at the situation in front of them. Finally, a black mass appeared like a black tsunami. At a glance, it was boundless and endless. Countless giant beasts of the fallen race also appeared at this moment. The gluttony at the forefront. The destructive behemoth was pulling a destructive war chariot that weighed hundreds of tons. The bladed beasts were covered with sharp horns all over their bodies. With a slight touch, the city would be easily broken into 2 halves. In front of such a lineup, no one could resist at all. It was really too terrifying. Is this the plague army? Some of the soldiers on the city wall could clearly feel that there were mountains crushing down on them one after another. They were about to fall on them and crush them into pieces. Under such circumstances, they could not breathe at all. So scary! In comparison, the human race was simply too insignificant. They weren't even enough to be stepped on by the troops in front of them. Li Zhongjie and Qi Yanran's eyes were slightly solemn. Because there were so many people in front of them, they did not know if it would work or not. They were also looking forward to the effect of this array. Attack! General Pestilence, who was hiding behind the army, stood on the head of a giant beast and looked down on the fallen city, which looked as fragile as a pile of tofu. Immediately, the plague army began to madly rush toward fallen city. As for Plague General and Death General, they were chatting freely at the back of the army. Have you heard? A few days ago, that idiot from the assassination palace, Shuemia from the Flying Scales troop, returned to his own assassination palace and started to kill people crazily. Then he self-detonated and killed their own manager. Plague General said, "There is such a thing. The content is very interesting." The Death General was a young man with a pale face. His face looked like it was covered with flour, but you couldn't dig out the flour. The Sky Fiend and the Dark Hall were the two major components of the Beast God Temple. Above the two major organizations were the Elders. Although Plague General and Death General were at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Sky Fiend, it was not a big deal to talk about something like Shuemia. Most importantly, this matter was too exciting. No one thought that these people could do such a thing. It was really amazing. How could this be? Are they being controlled by someone? It is possible. But I also heard that Shuemia and the others might have encountered an Array Master. That is why they are in such a situation. Array Master? Aren't those things all dead? Death General said in surprise. Just as Death General's voice fell, there was a loud bang on the ground in front of them. It was as if a fireball had fallen from the sky. More than a dozen huge flaming birds appeared in the air. At the same time, they spat out extremely fierce flames. Moreover, the plague army's footsteps became extremely slow. Their movements were extremely slow, as if they had stepped into a deep quagmire. Chapter 1333. In just a few minutes, the plague army suffered heavy casualties. Before these half-beastmen could see what was going on, they were dragged to the ground as if they had been grabbed by a water ghost. They couldn't move at all. Then, a series of attacks fell from the sky. The terrifying flames instantly burned the half-beastmen to ashes. Boom! Boom! The power of the flames instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, the plague army was engulfed by the flames. The scene in front of them was indescribable. When Jiangbai and the rest saw this scene from the top of the city wall, their hearts were filled with shock. Everywhere their eyes passed, flames would burn. Moreover, the power of the flames was quite strong. The half-beastman army was unable to resist for long before they were turned into ashes. There were at least 800,000 soldiers who rushed up, and these 800,000 soldiers were specially used to attack the city. At this moment, more than half of them were engulfed in the sea of flames. Array! The expressions of the Death General and the Plague General changed. Array formations were the most troublesome thing for them. When they fought with Array Masters in the past, they sent a large number of assassins to assassinate the Array Masters. Only then did they manage to kill more than half of the Array Masters, and the rest didn't dare to appear again. Now, such a powerful array had appeared. There must be an Array Master behind it. Interesting. 2nd Legion, charge! General Pestilence sneered. Although the formation was powerful, its power was limited. Moreover, there would always be loopholes in its operation speed. With so many soldiers rushing forward, they would be able to reach the city walls by stepping on the corpses in front of them. As long as they reached the city wall, they could kill their way into the city and destroy it. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Furthermore, This formation of yours isn't limitless. There will be a day when it will be exhausted, and there will also be a day when it will be broken. This was because they were rather clumsy when it came to this array formation, and they had no idea how to break it. More tremors came, and then the endless orc army rushed up again. Rumble. There was another series of tremors. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the orcs swarming over, they were shocked again. However, there was an array set up by Evil Lord. These orcs couldn't rush to the front. What a powerful array! When the Second Legion was about to be completely annihilated, they still couldn't even touch the wall. This time, General Pestilence was completely shocked. After all, at least one. 5 million soldiers were killed in these 2 legions. Just like that, they were sacrificed heroically. They didn't even have the time to touch the enemy's walls. Such a scene was quite terrifying in their eyes. Damn it! Send out all the Yuan King level legions and kill them. I don't believe that we can't break these arrays. At this moment, in front of the fallen city, there are no other traces except for many deep pits. The orc soldiers in front of them were directly burned, and not even a trace of smell was left. It was very shocking that this array was so simple. If this array was careless, it would directly burn its own people to death. Wouldn't it be quite dangerous? However, at least these enemies were burned to death. They were suddenly excited. There were 4 city walls in the fallen city. The Plague General didn't care about them. He directly mobilized all the orc soldiers and attacked from all directions at the same time. Rumble. Originally, General Pestilence thought that Li Zongjio and the others were only able to set up such a trap in this place. How could he have known that the entire fallen city was covered by this formation? Li Zongjio and the others' cultivation of array was not simple. At this moment, it was quite brilliant and dazzling. The half-beastmen in front of him were burned to the point that they didn't have the slightest bit of temper. Because of the formation, the half-beastmen had no way to eat it. At the very most, the strength of the frontmost troops was considered to be quite good. However, these people were still annihilated before they could reach the city gate. If they were not mistaken, the troops that wanted to launch a surprise attack just now were all Yuan King-level cultivators. But who knew that he would lose his life in such a situation? Under the protection of these people, a figure finally touched the city wall of the fallen city with his finger. Then he disappeared directly and was burned to ashes by the Nirvana Sky fire array. Seems like this array is quite effective. Li Zongjio also didn't expect this array to be so useful. Qi Yanran was also very happy. Being able to set up an effective array was a very exciting thing for her. At least it proved that Qi Yanran's inheritance was quite useful. In fact, the array had already shown its power when they were in Suishan City. However, Li Zongjio and the others didn't know that if it wasn't for the existence of this defensive array, the entire Suishan City would have been wiped out. Let's go and capture those 2 guys. Let's go, Li Zongjio said. Since the city was fine, Li Zongjio decided to capture the other side's leader first. Moreover, Li Zongjio had heard that this fellow was a Heaven Shah, so he wanted to know what a Heaven Shah was. Although these 2 people were at the bottom of the Sky Demons, they should more or less know some of the secrets of the Sky Demons. Okay, then Qi Yanran followed Li Zongjio and left the fallen city. Although Jiang Bai and the others were nervous, they were confident in Li Zongjio and Li Zongjio. At least, they should be able to put up a fight against the 2 of them. If they could not defeat them, they could escape and at least buy some time in this formation. After the other party lost nearly 3 million orcs, they completely gave up the attack. At this moment, even if they continued to attack, it might not be effective. Instead of sacrificing in vain, it was better to stabilize the situation first, just when the Plague General and the Death General were discussing countermeasures. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures flying directly out of the fallen city. Moreover, the orcs below were very excited. They couldn't wait to rush into the sky and capture the 2 people. Immediately, the 2 people's eyes lit up. They were just discussing how to attack the city, but now there were two people rushing out and falling into the trap. Obviously, these people were indeed too confident. They thought that with a little array, they could be invincible. They didn't even put the two people in their eyes. Usually, if this was the case, big trouble would happen. Haha, did you see that? These humans are often so arrogant. Two of them came, one for each of us. Don't kill them. I want to catch them and interrogate them. The Plague General said, Don't worry, none of them can escape. I'm still very confident in dealing with these two weak humans. The Death General smiled cruelly. When he laughed, the corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and a long white bone blade appeared in his hand. He leaped directly toward Qi Yanran to kill her. Little girl, I'll let you taste my treasured knife. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a cold light. Leave him to me, Qi Yanran said. Just beat them until they are disabled. I want to read their memories. Li Zongjiu said. When the time came, he could combine the two people's memories to accurately find the information about the sky demons. Naturally, the more comprehensive the better. All right, Qi Yanran said. The desolate heaven essence in her hand suddenly surged out and wrapped around the Death General's body. The Death General's bone knife suddenly slashed at the desolate heaven essence. However, with a clang, the saber in his hand broke into two halves. What? The Death General had killed countless human experts, but he had never encountered such a situation. The knife in his hand had cut off the heads of countless human experts, but now it was broken. What's going on? The next moment, Qi Yanran grabbed the Death General and threw him to the ground. Pum! He smashed a big hole in the ground. Suddenly, the scene was filled with sand and stones. It was extremely heroic. The Plague General frowned because, in his opinion, the Death General seemed to be playing a game with the other party. That was why he was in such a sorry state and did not treat the enemy seriously. He needed to be properly criticized. Die! The Plague General held a large steel fork in his hand. There was a poisonous snake coiling around the steel fork. The snake had a total of 3 heads, and the 3 heads immediately coiled around the sharp point of the steel fork. Swoosh! As the steel fork was waved, the poisonous snake bit at Li Zongjiu's neck. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The blazing sword aura directly cut off the head of the poisonous snake. Crash! What? Chapter 1334. The unparalleled sword instantly slashed towards the opponent. However, the Plague General was not weak either. He was probably a second-grade supreme martial artist. Although his strength was not bad, it was still not enough in front of Li Zongjiu. Clang! 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 The battle between the 4 experts instantly caused extremely terrifying fluctuations. The destruction caused by the battle was even more powerful than the formation just now. The Beastman army below was also in a state of confusion. You guys can fight if you want, but why do you have to slash at the square formation below from time to time? Don't go overboard, okay? Another large number of casualties. Especially Li Zongjiu in such a battle also completely unleashed his nature. The unparalleled sword in his hand seemed to turn into a sea of fire when he waved it. As it spun around him, the sea of fire also surged instantly. It was enough to see such a situation. Rumble! Another army was almost completely wiped out by Li Zongjiu's sword aura. Seeing this scene, the Plague General could no longer hold back. You're courting death. Today, I'll definitely destroy you. These subordinates were trained by him, and more or less they were existences that could help him establish his position. Therefore, in terms of numbers, he naturally could not lose too many of them. If he lost them directly, he would become a commander. At that time, wouldn't he become a general without an army? If he lost his power in the Beast God Temple, it would be a very terrifying thing. If he was careless, someone would directly devour him, the kind that wouldn't even spit out his bones. In order to protect his troops, the Pestilence General finally revealed his trump card. Transform! Boom! Suddenly, a large cloud of poisonous gas gushed out from the ground. In this huge cloud of poisonous gas, a fierce force could be seen constantly being released. Then, a three-headed giant python that was about 30 meters in size appeared on the spot. So it's a snake. I was wondering why it was so weird. Li Zongjio stood in the air. He was waiting for these people to transform. Before they transformed, these people's strength was simply not enough to be looked at. After they transformed, their strength increased by at least 5 grades. It was equivalent to a 7th grade supreme martial artist. Even the weakest of them are able to reach rank 7 utmost exalted, or even rank 8 utmost exalted. Li Zongjio was shocked when he saw the aura released by the plague general. It seemed that this sky fiend was very difficult to deal with. However, this also showed how terrifying the strength of the great Yan Empire was. Otherwise, the people of the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain wouldn't be so afraid of it. These people might have secretly cooperated with the Beastmen. The other battlefield also shook violently. Then, a terrifying aura was released. It was also close to the aura of a 6th grade sovereign. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be a giant scorpion, a nest of snakes and scorpions. You people are already so ugly, yet you still want to grow so big. Li Zongjio could not help but shake his head. Aren't you here to scare people? You're really too shameless. If it was someone with a lower mental state, they would probably vomit after seeing your attitude. You're about to die, yet you still talk so much nonsense. Give me your life. The plague general roared and directly leaped toward Li Zongjio. At the same time, a black poisonous light was brewing in his mouth, ready to be shot out at any time. When Jiang Bai, Chu Yan, and the others on the city wall saw this, they were especially worried, because once these people transformed, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Just now, when they were dealing with the situation before the transformation, they only had a slight advantage. Now that the other party had completely transformed, wouldn't they become even more terrifying? The answer was soon revealed. Li Zongjio gently waved the unparalleled sword in his hand twice and cut off the 2 heads of the poisonous snake. Only the middle head was left. Then he landed on the ground. He cut off the tail with a sword. Li Zongjio's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already behind the plague general. He stabbed in and directly cut off the plague general's spine. Bang! The few bones were directly cut off by Li Zongjio. Obviously he had transformed, but why was he still so weak? Even compared to his previous strength, it seemed that he was no match for Li Zongjio. After transforming, he directly fell to the ground in just 5 seconds. After crushing a large number of half-beastman soldiers, the remaining half-beastman soldiers quickly retreated. Even their commander had been defeated. What was the point of fighting then? Run, the general is dead. Although the half-beastmen looked stupid and naive, they were actually very clever. Once they saw that the situation was bad, they would immediately start to run. When they ran, they didn't have any emotions at all. Even if the commander had fallen straight down in front of him, he would never reach out to help him up. It would be better for him to escape first. Otherwise, wouldn't it delay their escape? On the other side, the scorpion demon was directly thrown to the ground by Qi Yanran in less than 7 seconds. He even almost spat out his internal organs. The main thing was that when he fell to the ground, he was accidentally stung by his own tail. Fortunately, he had some resistance to poison. Otherwise, he would have died in an instant from that attack. Bang! The Death General was also directly put to the ground. When the people in the fallen city saw this scene, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. They looked at each other. They felt that the couple just now was acting in front of hundreds of thousands of people. They could have killed them directly, but now they wanted to let them show off first, and then kill them. It really felt a little murderous. This made the 2 generals of the fallen race suffer a great blow. They felt as if they were in a dream. While they were dreaming, they were put on a handcart and pulled into the fallen city. Then all their limbs were cut off and tied up by dozens of chains. They were captured. When the plague general opened his eyes, this was his first thought. But there was good news. That was, the death general beside him was also captured. At least he had a companion. The half-orc army outside the city had long been defeated. Jiang Bai also opened the city gate and hunted down some of them. He also killed a lot. But at the same time, what they didn't expect was that because of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, none of the previous battle plans were used. The rest of the half-orc army also scattered and fled. Jiang Bai and the others also had work to do. There would always be some people with poor directions who would run into some blind alleys, waiting for Jiang Bai and the others to encircle and annihilate them. Anyone who escaped into the alleyway would not be able to escape. At least half of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers left the city. The remaining half also cleaned up the battlefield. 0 casualties. They defeated the fallen city's plague army. Such a glorious record made everyone feel incredible. Chapter 1335. Li Zongjiu directly used his mind power to extract the memories of the two of them. Then he quickly read through them. Indeed, with the identities of these two people, he was able to come into contact with some more secretive things. Even from the memories of these two people, Li Zongjiu also knew that the destruction of the great Yan Empire back then was due to the secret collusion of some people with the great Yan Empire. That was why the Yan kingdom was destroyed. It was truly a very heroic tragedy. Even when such a thing happened, it had already exposed the despicable nature of these people. Now, these people were clearly nurturing a tiger. In fact, it was no longer nurturing a tiger, but there was no way to contain it. The strength of the fallen race was something they had never expected. Therefore, now the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain were also looking for a way to seal these half-beastmen back. But how could there be such a good thing? More than half of the Beast God Temple's teleportation was already done. It was also because of the Beast God Temple that most of the experts were restrained, and the rest were unable to free themselves, which gave the 5 nations of the Holy Mountain a chance. Just like when the Beast God Temple was completely teleported over. The fall of the Holy Martial Realm was just a snap of the fingers. It was too easy for the other party to do this. However, these people were still like a bunch of idiots. They were still hiding under the protection of the Holy Mountain's formation, cultivating there and enjoying the fruits of their labor. They seemed to still be immersed in the excitement of destroying the Yen Kingdom. After all, they had been shrouded in the shadow of the Yen Kingdom for hundreds of years. Now that they had finally destroyed the Yen Kingdom, they naturally had to celebrate. 108 members of the Tiansha group. Li Zongjiu was also sorting out the most important information, which was also the information that Li Zongjiu cared about. Just the heaven emanations alone had a total of 108 people. However, during the battle with the Great Yen Kingdom, they had lost 68 people. Now, there were only 40 people left, and the top 10 of them were all still alive. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran killed 2 of them. There were still 38 people left. At this moment, the Tiansha group had 38 members. There were 5 Tiansha experts in the Absolute Saint Realm. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes, and there was a serious look in his eyes. 5 saints. This was the most deadly existence. Li Zongjiu had experience fighting against absolute saints as well. He had fought against the heavenly demon tribe. That guy was equivalent to an absolute saint. Just the heavenly monster tribe was enough to make Li Zongjiu flee to this place. As a result, Li Zongjiu could imagine how terrifying it would be if 5 absolute saints were to descend upon him. Apart from them, there were also at least 6 people from the Dark Hall. 2 palace lords and 4 vice palace lords must all be absolute saints. Just by casually adding it up, it was a total of 11. Let's not talk about those elders who were tinkering with the teleportation array. If the 11 of them were to join forces, even that person from the Sacred Mountain wouldn't be able to resist them. No wonder he had been hiding in the array and refused to come out. If he came out, Any one of them would be found and killed in a matter of minutes. I can't take it anymore. If I don't break through to the absolute saint realm, I'll be finished. In Li Zongjiu's heart, there was a sense of urgency. After this attack, the members of the Sky Demon tribe would definitely notice. If he couldn't break through to the absolute saint realm, he would definitely die the next time he faced an attack from the Sky Demon tribe. If he still had the Chaos Yuan Bell, he might be able to fight. But now, even if he had the unparalleled sword, at most, he could barely protect himself in the hands of an absolute saint. Looks like I have to prepare in advance. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Li Zongjiu didn't have any means to deal with an absolute saint, so he had to prepare well. My body should be able to withstand the pill now. After Li Zongjiu stripped the soul power of the two men, they died completely. It was just a broken body. Li Zongjiu then told Qi Yanran about his discovery. Qi Yanran frowned as she listened. She didn't expect the strength of these people to be so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than she had imagined. With my current strength, I can fight against an absolute saint if I use my full strength. Qi Yanran said, "You're already so powerful." Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in surprise. "I've mastered the Blue Bird platform recently, so I can exert more power. It shouldn't be a problem. But if two people come at once, I can't." Qi Yanran shook her head. If the enemy really did send two absolute saints over, it would be the end of the line for them. Looks like we have to let them retreat now. It'll be very dangerous if they continue to stay here, Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran nodded. She understood what Li Zongjiu meant. More than 80,000 soldiers might not be able to do much even if they stayed here. If Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu were defeated, none of them would be able to survive. Wait for the saint immortals of the sacred mountain to attack? That wasn't Li Zongjiu's style. They had to control their own lives, even if the road ahead was very difficult. They had to walk on their own and could not place their hopes on others. Li Zongjiu called Jiang Bai and the others to the front of the main hall. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were still happy. After all, this battle was indeed very satisfying. They had never seen such a victory before. It made them feel very amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. "Senior Evil Lord, what's wrong?" Jiang Bai and the others looked at Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's expressions. They didn't seem to be very relaxed. They also realized that something worse might happen. "We cannot stay in this place for long. Today's battle has damaged their core. Soon, they will definitely dispatch even more powerful individuals. At that time, even Yanran and I may not be able to block them. Therefore, all of you need to leave this place." Lin Dong's eyes widened as he spoke. Li Zongjiu said, "Leave." They had just won a battle and now they had to leave. It was too hard for them to react. However, if even Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran couldn't deal with them, how terrifying would they be? Obviously, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran didn't want to have more casualties here. If an expert of that level were to appear, they would indeed be reduced to cannon fodder. In fact, they might even be inferior to cannon fodder. They would be killed before the expert could even see them. How could they be considered cannon fodder? "Let's go back home after we eat," Li Zongjiu said. "What about Senior Evil Lord? Aren't we leaving together? As long as we go to the sacred mountain, they won't dare to pursue us," Jiang Bai quickly said. Judging from Li Zongjiu's words, it seemed that they were going to stay here. Although we might not be able to defeat them, it doesn't mean that we can't. I'm the dignified Evil Lord. How could I run away without a fight? Don't worry. If Yanran and I want to leave, no one in the sacred martial realm can stop us. Speaking up to this point, Li Zongjiu was filled with pride. Chapter 1336. Indeed, for Li Zongjiu to say such words, he definitely had the ability to do so. With the combined strength of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, they could defeat Li Zongjiu. Only if 3 saints joined forces would they be able to do so. And it was the kind of sneak attack. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would have a way to escape. Since Li Zongjio had made it sound so serious, and Jiang Bai also knew, Li Zongjio and the others were worried about the lives of these ordinary soldiers, so they asked the soldiers to retreat first. After that, Jiang Bai and the others did not want to affect Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran. After all, it would be very troublesome if they had to take so many people's lives into consideration. Therefore, Jiang Bai was very tactful and asked all the troops to retreat immediately. Although these soldiers did not understand why they did not immediately kill their way out when it was such a good opportunity. But military orders were unshakable. The soldiers of the 5 nations all retreated. But Jiang Bai and Chu Yangguan chose to stay. Jiang Bai wanted to repay Li Zongjio for saving her life. After all, Jiang Bai had troubled Li Zongjio a lot during this period of time. Jiang Bai couldn't believe that Li Zongjio had helped her. At least under such circumstances, Li Zongjio was willing to help, which was a great favor to Jiang Bai and the others. Someone needed to thank him for this favor. Jiang Bai needed to use his life to thank Li Zongjio. To be able to save so many people, Jiang Bai could die without regrets. Even if he returned to the city now, he might not be able to save the lives of the people in the city. Since he would die anyway, Jiang Bai naturally chose to stay by Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran's side. Even if he could not participate in the battle, at least he could do something for the 2 of them. This was what Jiang Bai wanted. As for Chu Yangguan was already a dead man. To be able to live until now and even tell the secret of the past and let the world know that the Chu Yangguan's hometown, the contributions that the great Chu had made to the people, was already enough of a consolation. In this life, he could be considered to have no more worries. Moreover, Chu Yangguan was now regarded as Qi Yanran's nominal disciple, although he wasn't an official disciple yet. However, Chu Yangguan was determined to cultivate with Qi Yanran, live and die together. There were also some veterans who chose to stay behind. Most of them were personal guards. They had been protecting Chu Yan or Jiang Bai for many years. He knew that the choice of these 2 people would definitely not be wrong. Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran did not ask these people to stay. After all, they had already explained the situation clearly to these people. There was no need to continue the stalemate. If you don't want to leave, do I have to drag you away? Since these people chose to stay, Li Zongjio also wrote a prescription and asked these people to go and collect these herbs. He also said that these herbs were also very important and must be found. Moreover, they had to be of sufficient age. These herbs were also relatively difficult to find. Li Zongjio estimated that these people would need a lot of time to find them. However, what Li Zongjio did not expect was that in just 3 days, Jiang Bai brought a group of people and arrived in front of Li Zongjio, covered in dust. Then he presented all the medicinal ingredients to the table. It was Li Zongjio's turn to be shocked. Could it be that the resources of the sacred martial realm were so abundant? It was no wonder that these people cultivated so quickly. It was normal for young masters to be the norm. In the Shungu continent, a sky origin ancestor realm expert was basically an old man. For example, the old sect master of the Wuxue alchemy sect had just entered the origin ancestor realm at an old age. Therefore, Li Zongjio was also quite surprised. With so many herbs, Li Zongjio could start refining the elixir he needed. Although he felt that the time was not yet right, Li Zongjio estimated that he could not wait any longer. He had to get this matter done. Otherwise, Li Zongjio did not know what would happen when he faced the enemy. He could only take a gamble. This time, Li Zongjio spent a total of 5 days refining this elixir. After the tempering of this life, Li Zongjio's alchemy realm had improved again, so when he refined the elixir, it was more perfect than in his previous life. When this elixir was refined next year, it was also more powerful. Gu Zun's soul-merging elixir. Li Zongjio used the materials of the sacred martial realm to refine the upgraded version of the Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. It was even more powerful than the previous Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. In my previous life, it was precisely this elixir that completely changed my fate. In this life, I want to see if my fate can be changed. Li Zongjiu's heart was also full of hope for this upgraded Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. However, after consuming the elixir, Li Zongjiu was bound to enter a state of seclusion. Even the timing of this seclusion was uncertain. Before going into seclusion, he also reminded Qi Yanran that if the enemy came, she must wake him up. If she could not defeat the enemy, she could leave first. Moreover, above the fallen city, more than a dozen formations were continuously arranged. Anyway, the number of upper-grade primordial stones in their hands was almost endless. At least, if they did not need to fight, it would be very difficult to consume so many primordial stones. Even if they were used to waste, it would be enough to continue for hundreds of years. In the end, Li Zongjiu handed the unparalleled sword to Qi Yanran. With He Wushuang's strength and the unparalleled sword, she should be able to hold on for a period of time. Qi Yanran was also extremely solemn. After all, this was not a trivial matter and she could not be careless. However, she also had to remind Li Zongjiu to cultivate in peace. Even Shaolon has a skill that can teleport hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. I still have the ability to escape. Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjiu nodded and then came to a cave in the mountain. He removed all the things around him. Under such circumstances, he could cultivate without any distractions. As he circulated his yuan power, he adjusted his body to the peak state. Then Li Zongjiu swallowed the Gu Zun soul-merging elixir. After consuming the elixir, there was no earth-shattering aura, but there was an earth-shattering change in Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! Immediately, in Li Zongjiu's body, 3 powerful and chaotic forces began to merge with each other. Chapter 1337. Li Zongjiu had already experienced the effects of the pill, so he didn't panic at all when he saw the fusion of his auntie's power. First, he waited quietly for the power to fuse with his own consciousness and state. At the critical moment, Li Zongjiu had to make a move himself. However, Li Zongjiu didn't relax at all during the process, because the fusion process was very mysterious. The slightest carelessness could lead to irreversible changes, just as Li Zongjiu was about to fuse with his original soul. Qi Yanran also took out her blue bird platform. Every day, she cultivated in the city with the blue bird platform. The human race's sacred mountain had long known about the great battle here. They also knew that Li Zongjiu and the others had killed the enemy's Plague General and Death General, who were both members of the Sky Demons. Although the Sky Sha had suffered heavy losses during the final battle of the Great Yen Kingdom, their remaining strength could still easily destroy the entire sacred martial realm. The Beast God Temple's true strength was more terrifying than they'd imagined. Therefore, the top experts of the sacred mountain were all trying their best to find a way to break through to a higher level, as long as one of them could obtain power that surpassed the absolute Saint Realm. Then they could completely destroy the Beast God Temple. What a pity! If those two had joined the sacred mountain and acted according to the plan, things wouldn't have turned out so badly. There are always people who think they're saviors who can save the world, but in the end, they make a mess and need us old men to clean up the mess. The sacred immortals of the sacred mountain had gathered together to discuss. They'd thought that those two had some potential, and if they'd been recruited, they might have had a chance to break through. But now, it seemed that those two were going to die without a doubt. They'd killed the Sky Demons. The Sky Demons would definitely make a move. These people were the foundation of the fallen race, and they wouldn't allow any harm to come to them. Moreover, the death of the Sky Demons members was already a huge blow. The Beast God Temple would definitely investigate this matter. However, we don't have much time left. According to the current speed, their Tower of Inheritance will be completely teleported over in about 100 years. The Absolute Saints were also discussing matters together, but they didn't care about the deaths of Li Zhongjiao and the others at all. Instead, they talked about the sacred sovereign ruins. Of course, only a few of them knew about this. No one else would know where the ultimate mystery lay. Within Fallen City, Jiang Bai, Chu Yan Guanguan, and the others were also doing their best to cultivate, although this kind of cultivation was not useful at all. But it was still better than doing nothing. Several days later, Qi Yanran, who was cultivating, suddenly looked up at the sky. It was as if a blood cloud was coming from afar. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and stared at the void above. The blue bird Dao platform he was sitting on was rapidly gathering power. Boom! A blood-red cloud directly attacked the fluctuation below. However, it was blocked by the defensive array above the city. Jiang Bai and the others were awakened by this wave of energy. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. "It's coming." As they stared at the blood cloud in the sky, the two of them were clearly quite shocked in their hearts. With such a strong fluctuation, the entire city would have been destroyed under the first wave of probing attacks if there hadn't been a defensive formation. The two of them would have died before they could react. At this moment, looking at the vast blood cloud in front of them, the two of them were naturally shocked. Interesting. No wonder you could kill pestilence and death. A voice came from the blood cloud. It seemed to be affirming, but it also seemed to be mocking. Then hundreds of thousands of rays of energy were suddenly released from the blood cloud and were rapidly falling down. Boom, boom, boom. Every streak of crimson-red energy contained extremely terrifying waves of energy. As the fluctuations were released, the array above Fallen City was also activated. Boom, boom. Fortunately, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Array was quite powerful. Under the superposition of each other, there was no damage and it resisted the opponent's attack. However, no one knew how long the dense, rain-like bombardment would last. On the contrary, the power of the array was rapidly depleting. Under the protection of the array, Fallen City seemed to have become a whole and was rapidly falling. It was directly blasted into the ground. Qi Yanran frowned slightly. The opponent's attack was extremely powerful. They didn't even show their real bodies, so Qi Yanran couldn't figure out how many people there were. However, the person controlling the blood cloud at this moment must be an expert of the absolute Saint Realm. Illusion! Qi Yanran called softly. The blue bird platform she was sitting on immediately rumbled. Under a ray of light, it turned into a pair of blue wings and appeared behind Qi Yanran. As the wings flapped, Qi Yanran rushed into the sky with her. Boom! After all, there were still people in the city. If the array was broken, these people would definitely die. It was better to save as many people as possible. Moreover, the array would only last a few days. In this case, it was better to take the initiative. When Qi Yanran turned the power of the blue bird platform into wings, there was a slight change in the blood cloud in the sky. It seemed that a terrifying fist force had suddenly emerged from the blood cloud, bringing with it a bloody aura that filled the sky and fell directly. Boom! The blue light behind Qi Yanran shone brightly. She rushed up and directly destroyed the bloody light. At the same time, the desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into a surging force and swept directly into the sky. Boom! The desolate heaven essence was like a long whip that shook the mountain. In an instant, the vast blood cloud was directly scattered by the desolate heaven essence. Immediately, countless bloody forces spread out in all directions. The blood cloud dispersed. A figure in a red robe appeared between the sky and the earth. Although it was just a figure, however, it felt like an extremely terrifying heavenly pillar had completely sealed off the entire city. A mighty aura spread out directly. Similarly, opposite him, Qi Yanran's aura was no weaker than the other parties. I am Tiansha Shui. Chapter 1338. Tiansha Shui. When he heard this person's name, Chu Yingguan, who was in the city, trembled slightly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shui Yi. Back then, there was an expert named Shui Yi among the Tian Sha experts. It was Shui Yi who led his men to attack the city and broke the defense set up by the Emperor of the Great Yan. He was extremely powerful. In the end, he fought with the Emperor of the Great Yan for 7 days and 7 nights. But in the end, the Emperor of the Great Yan also fell in his hands. With the fall of the Great Yan Emperor, the defense line of the Great Yan Kingdom had also collapsed, and the speed of its decline was rather fast, which was completely unexpected. And the Shui Yi in front of him was Chu Yangguan's enemy. But the other party's strength was too strong. In front of Shui Yi, Chu Yangguan was just as weak as an ant. Originally, Chu Yangguan also thought that revenge was hopeless. But this time he was able to see his enemy again, which was also a blessing for him. At least there was still a chance. Chu Yangguan held a jade pendant in his hand. This was a technique that his father had sealed in the jade pendant with extremely strong power when he had predicted the ominous consequences that would befall him. Chu Yangguan knew the price of this jade pendant, so he had never used it in any dangerous situation. Until now, Chu Yangguan took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the other party. As long as there was a chance, he would use the power of this jade pendant to completely kill the enemy. Kill his enemy with his own hands. Shui Yi's indifferent eyes swept across the fallen city below, and then he withdrew them. The only person who was a little threatening was in front of him. As for the people below, they were basically no threat at all. In his eyes, they were not even as weak as ants. So he directly focused his attention on Qi Yanran in front of him. This was because he felt a trace of threat from Qi Yanran. Among the 7 old guys, whose disciple are you? A trace of pride flashed in Shui Yi's eyes, but he was quite surprised that Qi Yanran had such a high cultivation. Therefore, Shui Yi himself also looked at Qi Yanran with a condescending attitude. If Qi Yanran was a disciple of one of the holy immortals on the holy mountain, he was only 1 generation younger than him. I'm your great-aunt. Qi Yanran had been with Li Zongjiu for a long time, and sometimes she had learned bad things. But a nephew like you is too disgusting. I've decided to get rid of you, personally. After saying that, Qi Yanran shook her head in disappointment. She seemed to be extremely pained by Blood Night. Shui Yi himself was stunned. He was one of the Blood Fiend 5 saints. But now he was actually taken advantage of by a teenage girl. The high-level fallen race already looked exactly the same as humans, but the blood flowing in their bodies was different. It was this point that completely separated the 2 races. They had the same appearance, but different inside. Moreover, both sides were extremely powerful and intelligent, so this was very normal. In the end, only one side would survive. You're courting death. Shui Yi waved his hand and turned a piece of dark cloud into a blood cloud out of thin air. It fell directly toward Qi Yanran in front of him. The moment the blood cloud fell, it transformed into an extremely terrifying scene. It seemed as if there were tens of millions of blood beasts running in the blood cloud. The powerful aura they brought rushed directly toward Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran did not dare to be careless. Shui Yi was a true absolute saint expert. In terms of strength, he was even more powerful than the heavenly monster tribe. A casual move from him was enough to make her go all out. The wings on her back shook. Suddenly, a terrifying green light burst out from her body. The green light seemed to turn into a terrifying light sword. It directly collided with the blood cloud formed by Shui Yi's Blood Beasts army with a boom. Boom! Immediately, the terrifying blood cloud was split into 2 by the green light. At this very moment, all of the blood beast's power had been completely destroyed. Shui Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, there were not many people who could break his move in 1 move. However, this was not the end. Qi Yanran also knew that her strength was not Shui Yi's match. If she were to be entangled for a long time, it would be disadvantageous for her. Therefore, Qi Yanran directly used her killer move. Under the green light, another 3 rays of light broke through the air. It seemed to have shattered the space in front of it and was directly transmitted to Shui. Insignificant skill. Shui sneered when he saw this. However, in the next moment there was a boom. Suddenly, 3 holes appeared on Shui Ye's body. Even Shui Ye's extremely exquisite cloak had 3 holes in it. Qi Yanran clapped her hands, and the desolate heaven essence immediately turned into a rope and trapped Shui. At the same time, Qi Yanran increased the output of the light beam and injected her yuan power into it. Boom! This power instantly burned Shui Ye's body. Shui Ye immediately roared to the sky. Below, in Fallen City, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were dumbfounded. Could it be that Senior Qi Yanran was going to win? She won so easily, not to mention whether she would win or not. Just the appearance of this move had almost exhausted Qi Yanran's strength. Moreover, this move was Qi Yanran's most powerful move. It could be said that she had used all her strength. It was not as simple as it looked. Shui Yi did not expect Qi Yanran to directly use her killer move. At the same time, Shui Yi himself had not fought for a long time. Since there was a chance now, he would like to exchange a few moves with Qi Yanran. He wanted to see how strong Qi Yanran was and play with the person in front of him. Is that all? You seem to have reached the peak. The corners of Shui Ye's mouth curled into a sneer. He swung his hand fiercely. With a loud bang, the 3 light beams in front of him were directly shattered. What? Qi Yanran's 5-colored divine light was broken by her opponent. At the same time, the injuries on Shui Ye's body rapidly recovered. While recovering, Shui Yi directly stretched out his hand toward Qi Yanran. Boom! A terrifying bloody hand slapped toward Qi Yanran. This move almost sealed all of Qi Yanran's escape routes. There was no way for her to escape. Boom! Qi Yanran's wings blocked in front of her body. With one move, her body retreated rapidly. Chapter 1339. Shui Ye's attack directly pushed Qi Yanran back, and her body smashed into the city. Boom! A huge pit appeared under Qi Yanran's body. Although Shui Ye's attack was powerful, it did not hurt Qi Yanran. After all, the power of the green bird platform was beyond imagination. It was also a treasure of the demon clan. Shui Yi had also discovered the strength of the azure bird Dao platform, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Girl, your strength is average, but you have a lot of treasures in your hands." Even the power of the 5-colored divine light released by Qi Yanran left a deep impression on Shui Yi. If his strength was slightly weaker just now, he would have been crippled. Even if his defense could not block it, if it were any other person from the sky demons, they might not be able to block it, so it was still quite dangerous. Qi Yanran's strength was not strong, but she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. This made Shui Yi rather displeased. How could a human girl like her own such a powerful Dharma treasure? As for the Fallen Clan, they were already top-notch powerhouses, but they had very few treasures in their hands. Of course, there were some, but because there were so few of them, they could not have them. They did not even get their hands on them, but all of them fell into the hands of the elders. If they wanted some top treasures, they had to do it themselves. Without any hesitation, Shui Yi immediately leaped down. He directly rushed down to the fallen city below. Boom! In the sky above the fallen city, the power of a terrifying array suddenly filled the air. Shui Yi, who swooped down, was actually sent flying. Shui Ye's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise as he flew backwards. How could this be? Shui Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had tested the array just now, and its power could at most block 30% of his power. But just now he used 50% of his power and he was still sent flying. There's someone else. There was someone who could hide under his nose. This caused Shui Ye's eyes to be rather surprised. Immediately, he quickly searched, wanting to find the location of this figure. Beside Qi Yanran, a light sword with an incomparably sharp aura emerged. At this moment, it was also emitting an extremely intense sharpness in all directions. In fact, it was even heading straight for the sky. A figure gradually appeared on the sword. At this moment, it was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw this figure appear, Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others were also quite shocked. This was because the figure that appeared was also a peerless beauty. Her appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Compared with Qi Yanran, she had another level of beauty. She was even more beautiful with a kind of sharpness, which made people not dare to look directly at her and not dare to approach her. Most importantly, they had never seen this person before. This is Jiang Bai, and the others were also very surprised. The strength of the person in front of them was enough to shock both of them. Such an expert was actually able to hide beside the two of them, and they didn't even have the slightest clue before. It was truly amazing. Qi Yanran knew very well that she was no match for him. If she continued to fight, it might not be beneficial to her. Therefore, while she still had some strength, she directly joined forces with Huo Wushuang to see if they could force him back. Huo Wushuang's figure emerged. Immediately, an earth-shattering flame spread across the sky above Fallen City. Rumble. Huo Wushuang also made a series of hand seals, immediately operating a terrifying array on the spot. Then he activated the array formation under his seat. There were more than 10 heavenly fire nirvana arrays. At this moment, all of them had merged into a large array. Although Huo Wushuang's array cultivation had not reached the 10th level, in fact, his own cultivation was infinitely close to the 10th level. He was only missing the last bit of opportunity. If he could sense this powerful formation and comprehend it, he would be able to figure out the last barrier. Then, breaking through would be a matter of course. At this moment, there were more than 10 hell lotuses blooming in the sky above the Fallen City. The momentum was so great that it directly forced Shui Yi to take 2 steps back. Under this light, there was also a considerable amount of shock. A divine array master, Shui Yi exclaimed. Shui Yi had also experienced the terror of an array master. The strength of these array masters simply made the people of the Fallen clan want to kill them as soon as possible. At the same time, they also thought that they must get rid of these array masters, which was why they targeted the array master's assassination. The Beast God Temple's assassination hall also became famous because of this. The bloodshed of that year had basically wiped out the roots of array masters. At most, only a few of them were left. However, it would still take a long time for them to cultivate to become a top array master. At least, it was not the time for them to do so now. Why did such a powerful array master appear in front of him? Shui Ye's heart was a little nervous, but if he could kill a divine array master, the credit he could obtain would naturally be considerable. Shui Yi still wanted to make a contribution and go one step further. If he could become an elder, there would be more opportunities for Shui Yi to improve his own strength. Today is a good opportunity for me, Shui Yi, to make a contribution. Immediately, Shui Yi let out a low growl. With a shake of his body, he charged downwards. This time, his body quickly condensed into a bloody cloud that overflowed the sky. Blood cloud tornado. It was as if there was a blood-red tornado revolving around him, maintaining such a terrifying power. Huo Wushuang gently raised his hand, and the dozens of hell lotuses in front of him instantly spewed out a pillar of flame from the center of the flower. Boom! Boom! The pillar of flame directly converged with the blood cloud in midair. It was originally a defensive array, but in Huo Wushuang's hands, it directly became an offensive array. Moreover, this offensive array was also quite powerful. Its power was really terrifying. Even Qi Yanran did not expect that when the array's power was activated, it would have such a terrifying offensive power. What a strong power! Even Qi Yanran herself did not know that the array's power was so strong. At this moment, the blood cloud around Shui Yi was also severely damaged. Shui Yi, who had exposed himself, was instantly hit by several Hell Lotus's flames. Immediately, Shui Yi was blasted away. Moreover, under such power, Shui Yi was also severely injured by the flames. The flames blasted Shui Yi away, at least a few thousand miles away. At this moment, half of Shui Yi's body was almost destroyed by the flames. It looked extremely terrifying. I don't believe it. Today, your life as an array master will fall into my hands. Transform. Royal Bloodwing Bat. Chapter 1340. Immediately, Shui Yi's figure grew bigger. A pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from his back. After appearing, the aura around Shui Yi's body became extremely terrifying. Facing Shui Yi's soaring aura, a light flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. However, Hu Wushuang didn't seem to feel any fear. His hands continued to form seals to control the array in front of him. Then, the great array behind him began to condense. The dozens of Hell's lotus flowers also condensed into an even larger Hell's lotus flower. Boom! Shui Yi didn't say anything else. He directly flew down with the power of the bloodbat. As he flew, the space around him trembled violently. It seemed like it would shatter in the next second. A terrifying pressure descended. Even though they were separated by a large array, they could still clearly feel the opponent's power. It seemed like it was brewing above their heads. Qi Yanran secretly clenched her fists. If Hu Wushuang couldn't block it, then they could only fight to the death. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Hu Wushuang's means were beyond imagination. He was a true array master. After Hu Wushuang condensed such power, the fire lotus around him directly collided with the power of the bloodbat in front of him with a boom. Boom! The domineering power was like layers upon layers of waves, rapidly sweeping out into the distance. Hu Wushuang was expressionless. A huge wave of flames spread out in the sky. One could see that Shui Yi's figure was forced to retreat. Then Hu Wushuang immediately flipped his wrist and released the unparalleled sword. It violently swept forward. Boom! The unparalleled sword seemed to contain a shocking slash. It directly slashed the sky in front of him into two halves. Shui Yi let out a low growl. He was actually forced to retreat by the opponent's move. He flew through the air and spurted out a stream of blood. Obviously, he was severely injured by the sword. Shui Yi's figure instantly flew back a few hundred miles. He directly shifted in the sky. Obviously, the power of the sword was quite strong. It was unbearable for Shui Yi. He was severely injured. Qi Yanran's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but then her eyes revealed a strange light. In the blink of an eye, his expression became solemn. After Hu Wushuang used this move, his body seemed to be unable to support it anymore. Immediately, the unparalleled sword fell from the sky, bringing Hu Wushuang to the ground with a swoosh. It landed right in front of Qi Yanran. Clearly, Hu Wushuang's strength had been completely exhausted at this moment, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. It was even difficult for him to leave the unparalleled sword. Qi Yanran held the unparalleled sword in her hand. A light flashed in his eyes. Next, it was time to truly go all out. Shui Yi was indeed frightened by the sword just now. The sword had almost pierced through his cultivation core. Fortunately, the sword had missed by a bit. That was why he didn't directly shatter his core. Otherwise, Shui Yi really wouldn't be able to hold on. He had never thought that the battle he had fought would be so arduous. Even Shui Yi himself was quite surprised. However, Shui Yi soon discovered something. The other party had actually disappeared. The fierce and fierce woman just now had actually disappeared. Could it be some kind of insidious trick? Shui Yi thought to himself. After all, the human clan was full of tricks, and the other party was a powerful array master. Therefore, it would be troublesome if some top existence used some kind of trick to trick him. Therefore, Shui Yi was very cautious. However, after Shui Yi observed for a while, he realized that there was indeed nothing wrong with the person in front of him. The fallen city below seemed to have used up all the energy of the array. Immediately, a light flashed in Shui Yi's eyes. Good timing! At this moment, Shui Yi mustered up his courage and descended. As expected, when he got close to the fallen city, there was no longer any obstruction from the array. All the energy just now was wasted in an instant with this move. Haha, I almost died here. Shui Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. In the face of the current situation, Shui Yi still didn't let down his guard. He observed the situation around him at all times. But obviously, after his transformation, Qi Yanran was no longer his opponent. However, he still had to be careful of Huo Wushuang, who had attacked him ruthlessly just now. I thought it was strange. That guy is just a sword spirit. Shui Yi said slowly. Now, after a slight reaction, he immediately realized that it was no wonder that he didn't find Huo Wushuang's figure before. Now, he couldn't sense any trace of Huo Wushuang. He immediately understood what was going on. You will die here today. Qi Yanran didn't say much nonsense and said indifferently. Her murderous aura was released directly. This made Shui Yi slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face turned cold again. Haha, okay, I'll give it a try. Shui Yi immediately waved his hand. The blood bat wings on his back pulled out dozens of blood blades and suddenly swept forward. Boom! The blood blades exploded on the spot. Qi Yanran immediately resisted this move. Boom! Boom! The blood blades hit the unparalleled sword in Qi Yanran's hand. She instantly retreated with the unparalleled sword. Pum! He slammed into a wall, shattering the entire wall. Puff! Qi Yanran spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, the unparalleled sword in her hands was sucked by a huge force and flew towards her opponent's hand. Oh no! Qi Yanran released the desolate heaven essence and instantly bound the unparalleled sword. However, Shui Yi's strength had far exceeded Qi Yanran's. Even the desolate heaven essence in his hand only lasted for a few seconds before flying out. Whoosh! The unparalleled sword fell toward Shui Yi. However, just as Shui Yi was about to grab the unparalleled sword, suddenly, a powerful force was released from the side. Boom! The unparalleled sword was easily caught by a hand. When Shui Yi looked over, he was immediately furious. The one who made the move was a young man. What's that? Shui Yi's eyes emitted a cold light. Why was there another person? However, when Qi Yanran saw the young figure, her eyes widened instantly and her face was filled with ecstasy. Zongjiu. Chapter 1341. Qi Yanran's face suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. His originally dim eyes once again released a luster at this moment. When he saw Li Zongjiu appear, the uneasiness in his heart was finally able to settle down. As long as she could be with Li Zongjiu, even if she had to die, Qi Yanran had nothing to be afraid of. It's Senior Li Zongjiu. Jiang Bai and the others were also overjoyed. For a long time, it was not clear who was stronger between Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu. But no matter what, after Li Zongjiu appeared and joined forces with Qi Yanran, they would definitely be able to force the opponent away. This situation was obviously a turning point in the battle. You deserve to die. Li Zongjiu held the matchless sword and looked indifferently at Shui Yi in front of him. However, when Shui Yi saw Li Zongjiu in front of him, he did not pay attention to Li Zongjiu at first, but he was also a little puzzled in his heart. Where did this Li Zongjiu come from? Just now, he had clearly searched for a while and did not find any other figures or other threats. Why were there always one after another? To him, there was simply something wrong. Could it be that his bat sensed something wrong? Otherwise, why would people keep popping out? Or Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him, was not a real person at all. It can't be another artifact spirit, right? What kind of nonsense is this? Shui Yi was already a little annoyed. These people who popped out were simply causing trouble for him, and Shui Yi did not like things to become so troublesome, so he wanted to kill them first. Immediately, Shui Yi waved his hand. A terrifying blood blade was thrown directly at Li Zongjiu. Bang! Before this blood blade could get close to Li Zongjiu, it was shattered by a powerful force. It was the fluctuation of yuan power around Li Zongjiu. One could even faintly see a few shadows of coiling dragons appearing behind Li Zongjiu, forming a protective state that prevented the opponent's move from approaching. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, a slight trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This, could it be? Immediately, Qi Yanran's face revealed a shocked expression. Li Zongjiu. He actually broke through. Interesting. When Shui saw that Li Zongjiu was actually able to block his move with just his own fluctuations, a cold glint appeared on his face. Looking down on me. Boom! The wings on his back flapped, and suddenly a blood-red winged shadow whizzed forward. Boom! The terrifying power directly swept towards Li Zongjiu. This move easily destroyed the houses along the way. Rumble! Li Zongjiu grabbed the unparalleled sword with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. Boom! A ray of sword qi instantly cut off the blood wings. After that, the sword qi shot back along the way. Boom! Shui Yi's body soared into the sky. He avoided being struck by the sword, but the power of this sword was indeed quite powerful. Even Shui Yi had no choice but to retreat and take the initiative to avoid it. How is this possible? You're also an absolute saint. Shui Yi had never thought that there would be such a young absolute saint expert. One must know that the current sacred immortals of the Sacred Mountain were all old bones, and they were basically old bones without any guts. There was no need to be afraid of such old bones. He understood that these people were cowardly and wanted to enjoy their old age, but he had never seen such a young absolute saint expert like Li Zongjiu. Buddha's palm. Shui Yi suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from above his head, making him feel as if his body was about to collapse. He looked up and saw a black pagoda falling from the sky, smashing down on his head. This made Shui Yi want to dodge as well. However, the pagoda seemed to be locked onto him. Even with his strength, he couldn't dodge it, so he could only take it head-on. Boom! Shui Yi used all the strength in his body to push out his origin energy, and only then did he manage to shatter the pagoda. As soon as he shattered the pagoda, he saw another golden palm coming down. Mountain-toppling golden seal. Boom! With another slap, Shui Yi was sent flying to the ground. 2. Like a cannonball, he crashed into a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. Then, the mountain collapsed with a loud bang. It was directly destroyed by Shui Yi's tyrannical body. Clearly, Shui Yi himself had suffered a great loss from this move. In front of Li Zongjiu, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After breaking through, Li Zongjiu was invincible. Triple Dragon Sword. Li Zongjiu operated his Yuan Li and integrated the power of the 3 original spirits into the unparalleled sword. Then it exploded. Boom! As the sword aura moved, it turned into 3 ferocious dragons. Instantly, the mountain in front of him that had already been shattered was turned into powder again. One of the silhouettes was sent flying again. He was sent flying by the 3 dragons for a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters. Along the way, he crashed through the mountain peaks, creating a tunnel. Some of the smaller mountain peaks were also blasted into smithereens. Bang! Finally, Shui Yi's figure lay on the ground. Blood was gushing out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but before he could do so, he saw a figure appear in front of him. You. Who are you? Shui Yi couldn't believe it. He was defeated by a human. Terrifying. Most importantly, he was easily defeated by Li Zongjio, as if he was a noob. Looking at the young man in front of him, the indifference in his eyes pierced deep into his soul. It was as if his soul was going to be drawn out. Li Zongjio reached out and grabbed Shui Yi. With a flash, he returned to Fallen City. He looked at Shui Ye's pair of wings. Without hesitation, Li Zongjio slashed down with his sword and cut off Shui Ye's wings. This pair of wings wasn't condensed from energy, but a part of Shui Ye's body. However, it was easily cut off by Li Zongjio. "I'll leave it to you." Li Zongjio looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran had been injured by this guy, so Li Zongjio naturally wouldn't kill him. That would be letting him off too easily. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand gathered in her palm. Finally, the desolate heaven essence turned into countless water droplets. "Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Qi Yanran struck out with her palm. The desolate heaven essence in her hand turned into countless sharp fragments and pierced through Shui Ye's body. Chapter 1342. Shui Yi was severely injured by this blow. Originally, Shui Yi had already been severely injured by Li Zongjio's attack. Therefore, Shui Yi didn't last long under Qi Yanran's attack. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation, he would have at least a breath of life. If he was in the Supreme Being realm, he would have died a long time ago. Qi Yanran didn't torture this guy too much. After all, Shui Yi didn't gain much from the beginning and was even at a disadvantage. In the end, it was also because Ho Wushuang had retreated that this guy became arrogant. "What are you going to do?" Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjio. This was a Supreme Saint powerhouse. No matter what he was used for, he would be very useful. If he was used well, the effect that could be exerted would be unimaginable. Let's see what's in his head. Torture was of no use to these people. It would only be effective if one personally took action and seized the other party's soul. Of course, this also required a strong mind power. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio happened to have such strong mind power. What are you trying to do?" Shui Yi stared coldly at Li Zongjio. Although Shui Yi was at a disadvantage now, he believed that these people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "Do you know the price of killing me?" Shui Yi said coldly. The Tian Sha of the Beast God Temple would never allow such a huge loss. If Shui Yi died, at least tens of millions of humans would have to die in order to make up for this loss. It was precisely because of such a painful price that these people were afraid to act rashly and did not dare to act rashly. But Li Zongjio couldn't care less. He pressed his hand on Shui Ye's head and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "I've just comprehended a skill, recently. You can feel it in advance." In the next moment, Li Zongjio's eyes began to move gently, as if there was a soul swimming in Li Zongjio's eyes. Li Zongjio was born with the evil soul eye before, but it was different now. In the past, when he used the evil soul eye, it often consumed a lot of mind power. It was because of this skill that Li Zongjio was able to save his life many times. After this breakthrough, Li Zongjio's mind power suddenly skyrocketed. It turned out that Li Zongjio also had a very special constitution. Once one's physique was activated, the benefits one could obtain were innumerable. Now, Li Zongjio had directly grasped some powerful and terrifying skills. Otherwise, even if he had just broken through to the absolute saint realm, he wouldn't be Shui Ye's match. Moreover, Shui Ye's strength was already relatively strong. After all, he had broken through to the absolute saint realm a few hundred years ago. As for what Li Zongjio's constitution was called, Li Zongjio didn't know. However, the evil soul eye's existence was due to Li Zongjio's extremely powerful mental strength. This mind power was so strong that Li Zongjio could directly compete with experts of the absolute saint realm, who were 3rd grade and above. How strong was a 3rd grade absolute saint realm? Li Zongjio didn't know. However, even if there were 10 of Shui Ye's strength, they could easily defeat him. There was no problem at all. "How dare you!" Shui roared. However, such a harmless threat was completely ignored by Li Zongjiu. He pressed his hand on Shui Ye's head and activated his mind power, directly extracting Shui Ye's soul power from his body. Boom! Shui Ye's body immediately stiffened on the spot and didn't move. However, he was still alive and didn't die immediately. Shui Yi felt that his mind power seemed to have come to a space of nothingness. In this space there was the chaotic qi. The chaotic qi was a very terrifying place. It could be said that the fallen clan had escaped from the chaotic qi with great difficulty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to move the beast god temple to the sacred martial realm. Because it was too painful to live in the chaotic qi, the fallen clan wanted to find a more comfortable place. In the end, they found the sacred martial realm. Now, when he sensed the chaotic qi again, fear instantly penetrated Shui Ye's mind power. As for the information that Li Zongjiu wanted, he didn't even need Shui Yi to speak. Li Zongjiu could find the answer from Shui Yi. However, Shui Ye's appearance in Li Zongjiu's spiritual hell was only that of a bat. Li Zongjiu used the spiritual chains to imprison Shui Yi in the spiritual hell. At the same time, he also learned about this Tiansha. Among them, the strongest was only a third-grade saint, which was equivalent to a third-grade absolute saint. After understanding this, Li Zongjiu naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He returned to the fallen city. First, he healed Qi Yanran's injuries. This battle was also very difficult. Fortunately, Qi Yanran was there to support the DNA. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? From what he understood from Shui Ye's mind power, Shui Yi came out of seclusion this time to find Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu and kill them both. He wanted to kill tens of millions of people to obtain enough blood qi to go back and refine a group of stronger fallen clan warriors. He wanted to use them to kill more people and obtain blood qi to enhance the strength of the beast god temple. Although this kind of mission seemed to be insignificant, since they had already come out, it was not a big deal to complete it. The most important thing was that these people of the fallen race had such violent elements in them. Even if they had nothing to do, they had to create some trouble. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu stopped them. Now he was also suffering in the spiritual hell. Your body constitution is also strange. When Li Zongjiu healed Qi Yanran, he also discovered that Qi Yanran's body constitution was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Li Zongjiu's. However, it was still in a state of waiting to be activated and had not really erupted. Previously, the elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace also told me what my body constitution was, but I didn't remember it. After all, even if I remembered it, I wouldn't know. At that time, I just wanted to get out of here early and see you early. When Qi Yanran said this, she actually became shy. This time, the injury actually allowed Qi Yanran's cultivation to progress further. The greater the setback, the greater Qi Yanran's gain. She even felt this gain involuntarily. Even if you don't want it, you can get it directly. I seemed to be about to break through. Qi Yanran's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Chapter 1343. She's going to break through. Li Zongjiu was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. It was so fast. He had to admit that this was entirely due to Qi Yanran's own physique. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also quite happy for Qi Yanran. Don't worry about breaking through. I will protect you. With me here, no one can disturb you. Li Zongjiu said. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, he was naturally qualified to say such words. If Shui Yi came, he would simply be defeated by Li Zongjiu. There was no threat to him at all. According to Li Zongjiu's guess, the people of Sacred Mountain would come soon. With these people's character, after knowing that Li Zongjiu had killed these people, they would certainly come to curry favor with him. To put it bluntly, they would come to recruit Li Zongjiu and recruit Li Zongjiu to Sacred Mountain. In these people's opinion, Li Zongjio would be very willing to join Sacred Mountain and become the guardian of the human race. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio wasn't interested in these things at all. If these people knew what was good for them, they wouldn't disturb him. If they didn't, then don't blame Li Zongjio for being impolite. Killing these people was just a very simple thing for Li Zongjio. Qi Yanran was breaking through in a courtyard. Now that there was no one in the fallen city, it naturally became the territory of Li Zongjio and the others. It was unknown how much effort it would take to gather all the people in the city. Recently, Chu Yan was also comprehending the mental cultivation method taught by Qi Yanran. He emboldened himself and came to Li Zongjio to ask for advice. After all, Li Zongjio was usually relatively cold, so under normal circumstances, no one dared to approach him. But in reality, Li Zongjio's character was not that unreasonable. Moreover, Chu Yanguan had received the inheritance of Qi Yanran. Li Zongjio had also guided Chu Yanguan on behalf of Qi Yanran. As for Jiang Bai, he was also working hard. Jiang Bai's talent wasn't low either. With Li Zongjio's occasional guidance, the two girls immediately made great progress. When Li Zongjio had nothing to do, he sat in the courtyard next to Qi Yanran, fishing and making tea. Even Li Zongjio hadn't thought that breaking through to the absolute Saint Realm would be so easy. Throughout the entire process, Li Zongjio almost doubted the authenticity of his own cultivation. However, Li Zongjio also knew that the reason he was able to break through so easily was because of the assistance of the 4 supreme dragon souls. Now, the 4 supreme dragon souls had also injected all of their powers into his body. Li Zongjio's hell method had also achieved a breakthrough, and his strength had greatly increased. Most importantly, Li Zongjio's own body had been activated. Now, even if he didn't cultivate every day, he would still make great progress. Since I don't know what to call it, I'll just call it the body of evil god. It sounds vulgar, but it's domineering enough. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Half a month had already passed. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. According to Jiang Bai, it was the beginning of spring. It was a good day for everything to recover. It's a good day for everything to recover. Don't come looking for trouble at this time, Li Zongjio said leisurely. Huo Wushuang was also repairing the formation. After controlling the formation last time, Huo Wushuang's understanding of the formation seemed to have reached a higher level. His cultivation in array formations was increasing almost every moment. Li Zongjio estimated that she was not far from becoming a god-level formation master. When a skill reached its peak, it would bring about a very terrifying change. Li Zongjio was like this, cultivating his alchemy skills directly to the realm of the deity. He could easily become an expert, and this skill would not be forgotten no matter where he went. If Huo Wushuang cultivated the formation to its peak, there would be an unexpected miracle. Speaking of which, there's already someone who has reached the god level in formations. Li Zongjio thought. It was the heavenly demon dragon sparrow from the heavenly demon tribe. That girl had already reached the god level in formations. Otherwise, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace would not have been captured so easily. Something like this had happened. Now that Li Zongjio had broken through, he was confident that he could fight with the heavenly demon dragon sparrow. If he had to do it again, it would not be like the last time when he had to escape through the teleportation formation. It was too embarrassing. Just thinking about it made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, it was not too late for him to break through, and he would have a chance to get it back sooner or later. Above the sky, a ray of light surged. Buzz! It was like a ray of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, like a golden sun, hanging high in the sky at this moment, blooming with intense light. Boom! Huo Wushuang saw 2 powerful rays of golden flame in front of her. Furthermore, the other party had released his aura. It was obvious that he had come with hostility. Therefore, Huo Wushuang's expression was not too polite, and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes that slowly emerged. She stared at the people in front of her. There were a total of 4 people, 2 elders and 2 young people. The young people were a man and a woman. Their expressions were arrogant and their lips were thin. When they looked at the dilapidated city below, a trace of disdain involuntarily appeared in their eyes. They had actually come to such a desolate place for a person who did not know what was good for him. Although cities like the fallen city were being attacked by the fallen clan, these great nations lived in a peaceful environment. Therefore, they had never seen such a dilapidated city. If the 2 of them were to live in such a place, they naturally would not be willing to. Therefore, there was helplessness in their eyes, and they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Master, who exactly is it down there? To think that you would personally make a move. East-coming sage Immortal scratched his snow-white beard. Although he was standing high up in the sky, his eyes had already taken in everything below. Among them, he naturally saw Li Zongjiu, who was leisurely fishing in the courtyard. Although Li Zongjiu is arrogant and unruly, he has real skills. If we can train him well and use him for our sacred mountain, it will be a good thing. Some time ago, Shui Yi of the Beast God Temple's Tian Sha group died in his hands. All right, let's go down and see what kind of skills this kid has. It's not easy to enter our sacred mountain. Not everyone has such qualifications. The other one was called North Sky Sage Immortal. It did not matter what his real name was, but this nickname must be resounding. Before he arrived, his name had already resounded in the sky. Let's go down. Chapter 1344. The figures of East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal directly landed on Fallen City. However, they only hovered in the air and did not land directly. After all, if they landed, wouldn't it show that their status was low? Therefore, the 2 of them seemed to be standing on top of Fallen City. East-coming Sage Immortal and North Sky Sage Immortal have arrived. Quickly come and pay your respects. The young man stepped forward. This was also the reason why he had to bring a few people with him. In order to show his noble status as a Sage Immortal, he needed someone to do things like shouting when he went out. It was impossible for him to do everything by himself. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. The young man shouted. His status was not low. He was the eldest disciple of East-coming Sage Immortal. Because of his good aptitude and noble birth, he had the opportunity to learn from East-coming Sage Immortal and was directly accepted as the eldest disciple. It was even said that half of the future hope of the entire sacred martial realm fell directly on these young people. Therefore, this young man had always regarded himself as the future savior. Although the appearance of the Beast God Temple had disrupted the original order of the sacred martial realm, it was actually a process of reshuffling the cards. It was precisely because of the existence of the Beast God Temple that some weak people with low bloodlines were eliminated, leaving behind only the elites. Only then were they qualified to live in this world. This young man's origin was also the son of the great Wu country's duke. The duke was the head of all the heavenly masters in Great Wu. He was also the top supreme being expert. Even though he had yet to reach the sacred immortal realm, the garrison duke was basically one of the top existences in his own country if the sacred immortal realm did not appear. His strength was extremely terrifying. It was also because of this that this young man named Shen Wu had such an attitude, although it was just passing a message in front of a sage immortal. However, for Shen Wu, this was something to be very proud of. In front of his peers, he was able to hold his head high. He was even like a moon surrounded by stars, becoming a top existence among them. No matter where he went, he was very eye-catching. Shen Wu himself also enjoyed this feeling very much. Shen Wu immediately roared, but there was no movement from the fallen city below. Could it be that there was no one in Fallen City? No, there should be someone. The senses of 2 sage immortals would never be wrong. Could it be that the joy of the arrival of a sage immortal had gotten to their heads? Shen Wu and the other woman also spoke. Moreover, this summon also carried a trace of pressure. A wave of power directly descended upon the city below. Hu Wushuang, who was standing beside Li Zhongjie, had also noticed the four of them. However, he didn't do anything until the other party actually released a wave of pressure. Moonfall's strength had already reached the primitive emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such an age was indeed something to be proud of. However, his mistake was that he shouldn't have been so impudent in front of Hu Wushuang. As Moonfall's pressure descended, the great array above the fallen city was directly activated. Countless flaming lotuses surrounded Moonfall. Yuluo's face was filled with shock. This was because the surrounding fire lotuses were quite powerful. Once it erupted, it was definitely not something Yuluo could endure. So Yuluo's face instantly turned pale. Yuluo, be careful! When Shenwu saw that Yuluo's body was surrounded by blooming fire lotuses, his face was filled with shock. Just as he was about to approach her, he realized that the fire lotuses would explode if he moved a little. How dare you attack me? Yuluo's face was filled with anger. She didn't believe that these people would dare to be so impudent in the presence of a sage immortal. Yuluo was very straightforward. She directly summoned a bright light sword from her hand. Don't use your yuan qi. Shenwu hurriedly shouted. However, it was already too late. Just the yuan power undulations from the light sword had already completely ignited the surrounding flames. Boom! Boom! Many angry lotuses bloomed in the sky. Yuluo was immediately in the middle of the explosion. She was directly blasted to the left and right, and the power was also increasing little by little. Shen Wu was also blasted away at this moment. Hu Wushuang only needed to use a finger to pinch these people to death in the Origin Emperor realm. Previously, he was just talking about principles. It was fine if you were impudent with your words, but you actually wanted to attack. This was a little too arrogant. Donglai Sage Immortal and Beikong Sage Immortal didn't expect this. The other party actually dared to attack. Beikong Sage Immortal quickly reached out and directly pulled Yuluo, who was in the middle of the explosion. If Yuluo continued to endure the power of the explosion, she would probably die directly. All of the flame energy followed Yuluo's body into the sky and quickly caught up with her. Beikong Sage Immortal frowned. Condense. He stretched out his hand and gently patted it. Then he completely gathered this energy. All of the flame energy condensed and compressed into a small fireball in front of Beikong Sage Immortal. As an absolute saint expert, you don't have to be so calculative with these juniors. Donglai Sage Immortal snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zhongjie to not give face to the two of them and directly attack as soon as he arrived. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Look at Yuluo's state. Her entire body was charred black from head to toe. Furthermore, he was currently in a coma. Without even thinking, he directly blasted her unconscious. If Beikong Sage Immortal didn't intervene in time, she would probably be blown to death. Even at that time, Li Zhongjie wouldn't stop. After all, in the eyes of an absolute saint expert, these people's lives were really nothing. After reaching this level, one would already consider everything and everyone beneath one's notice. But obviously, Li Zhongjie's actions had thoroughly angered the two sage immortals. Hee, with the strength of the two of you, you're not qualified for me to meet you. As for these juniors, if I want to kill them, do you think you can save them? Li Zhongjie said indifferently and put the fishing rod aside. The small movement just now had already scared the little goldfish away. It was really disappointing. Chapter 1345. At this moment, Jiang Bai and the others were standing in the courtyard. Usually, they had nothing to do other than cultivate. However, recently, Jiang Bai was forming a more elite troop. These people were deeply moved by Jiang Bai's achievements. Therefore, they were willing to risk their lives to ask Jiang Bai to train them. At this moment, the number of soldiers and experts in the city was more than 100. In fact, these people did not dare to get close to Li Zhongjie's residence. This was because it was said that Li Zhongjie was a powerful existence that was comparable to a saint immortal. Since he was such a terrifying existence, they naturally didn't dare to approach him rashly. If they offended or disturbed him in the slightest, wouldn't they be done for? Saint Immortal Eastcoming did not expect Li Zongjiu's temper to be so bad. He and Bei Kong looked at each other. The purpose of this visit was to recruit Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu didn't know how powerful the holy mountain was. Ignorance was blameless, so they might as well give Li Zongjiu some face. The two of them descended. Boom! Boom! The two Saint Immortals descended at the same time. Even without any superfluous movements, the same tyrannical aura was released. The feeling of the surroundings suddenly changed. Chu Yanguan and the others immediately became nervous. This was a natural reaction of their bodies. Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand, completely eliminating the pressure of the two men. There was no longer any trace of them in the entire space. Chu Yan, Guan Guan, and the others felt their bodies lighten. They finally returned to normal. They breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Zongjiu gratefully. At the same time, there was a faint trace of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the people in front of him. Xin Wu held Moonfall, who had been burned black, with a furious expression on his face. You hurt Moonfall to this extent. Today, you must give me an explanation. Xin Wu and Yuluo were like a golden couple. But now that Yuluo was beaten up like this, Xin Wu naturally wanted to fight for Yuluo. Li Zongjiu casually flicked his finger. Bang! A terrifying force directly sent Xin Wu flying. Hundreds of walls were broken behind him. Shan Wu was thrown more than 500 meters away. During the whole process, Shan Wu's own power was also confined by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, in the process of being sent flying just now, Shen Wu used his own body to smash these walls into pieces. If one were to ask these cultivators how many of them would be willing to work so hard to temper their bodies, especially under such excellent cultivation conditions, who would be willing to suffer such hardships? Therefore, when Shen Wu's figure stopped, the bones in his body were already broken to the point that he was about to die. Even though the pain he was enduring was quite intense, Shen Wu was unable to make any sound at all. He could only roll his eyes and directly pass out. There was still a mixture of blood and saliva at the corner of his mouth. It's finally quiet. We're all the same, so I'll spare his life. If we don't discipline him properly when we return, even his clan and his master will suffer a calamity. Li Zongjiu said calmly. The person who came was also an absolute saint expert. However, Li Zongjiu did not hold back at all. He did not need to give the other party too much face at all. This was because Li Zongjiu himself was confident that he could kill all of these people one by one. Moreover, these so-called Saint Immortals of the Sacred Mountain, they had not saved the world at all. They had only done it for their own benefit, to ensure that they would not be affected by these people. They had even thought of sacrificing the lives of the people in exchange for a temporary respite. Such people were naturally not worthy of Li Zongjiu's attention. However, if he killed these people now, it might cause the Beast God Temple to speed up their attack. Li Zongjiu also needed to wait for a while. When Qi Yanran really broke through, he could consider killing his way to the headquarters of the Beast God Temple, even if the other party had some hidden experts. However, these people had been delayed by the teleportation formation. Therefore, it was still very advantageous for Li Zongjiu and the others. With your cultivation and age, it's not too much to say such words. The East Arrival Sage, Immortal, did not even turn his head. He did not care about a mere Xin Wu at all. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had also spared his life. If it weren't for the large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures offered by the great Wu State Duke, the Eastern Sage Immortal wouldn't have accepted such a waste as an apprentice. However, Li Zongjiu had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. This could be regarded as a provocation to the Eastern Sage Immortal. If the East Arrival Sage Immortal and Li Zongjiu continued to bicker, it would directly make things worse. The East arrival sage immortal also needed to finish the matter first. If Li Zongjiu did not listen to his advice and insisted on becoming enemies with the sacred mountain, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. Now that the human race is in danger, with your skills, join the sacred mountain and fight for the future of the human race. What do you think? The East arrival sage immortal opened his mouth and directly invited Li Zongjiu to join the sacred mountain. You hypocrites, no need to pretend in front of me. I know very well what you want. Leave now, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Don't disturb me when I'm fishing. Sometimes my temper is not so good. Li Zongjiu's breakthrough to the absolute saint realm had brought a great change to his temper. If it was before, he would not have allowed these people to say so much. They would have come to disgust him. If you don't join the sacred mountain, we'll still include you in the Beast God Temple's camp. Then the Tian Sha of the Beast God Temple and the sacred mountain will come looking for you. Do you think there's a place for you in this vast world? The North Sky Saint Immortal sneered. He thought Li Zongjiu was a smart person, but now it seemed that he was not tactful at all. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? You talk too much. Li Zongjiu glanced at the North Sky Saint Immortal. The North Sky Saint Immortal's body stiffened. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong force rushing into his body. The North Sky Saint Immortal struggled violently. The tyrannical elemental energy within Li Zongjiu's body instantly emanated outwards, and he was almost controlled by Li Zongjiu. You want to control me. The North Sky Saint Immortal didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be this strong. Just now, if it wasn't for his spiritual defense magic weapon to remind him, he was afraid that he would really be controlled by Li Zongjiu. Control you? That's not a bad idea. Originally, Li Zongjiu had planned to let the two of them leave and go their separate ways. However, the North Sky Saint Immortal's words reminded Li Zongjiu, following which Li Zongjiu's eyes also emitted a trace of evil charm. Chapter 1346. When Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up, the surrounding space seemed to have changed. The surrounding space seemed to have changed because of this, and a strong fluctuation swept out. Beikong Saint Immortal and Dongkong Saint Immortal were instantly on guard. Brat, you want to control the two of us with just your strength? Dream on. Naive. Donglai Saint Immortal snorted. He seemed to find Li Zongjiu's behavior ridiculous. He was simply overestimating himself. Since this boy has long wanted to defect to the enemy, we'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. We can't let this boy continue to be arrogant and bring disaster to the world. Donglai Saint Immortal is right. Beikong Saint Immortal nodded in agreement. At this moment, he naturally hoped to kill Li Zongjiu directly. After all, Li Zongjiu was still so young, but he was so powerful that he was already a threat. Naturally, they couldn't let Li Zongjiu continue to grow. Since he couldn't be used by the sacred mountain, he would definitely become a big disaster in the future. Immediately, the mind strength of the three sides collided in the sky above Fallen City. Boom! When the mind strength of the three collided, it seemed to form a terrifying vortex. In this vortex, there was a powerful force condensing. It devoured everything. The confrontation of the three's power was enough to destroy everything in front of them. But at this moment, it was under control in a very good environment. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and pointed at the space in front of him. Buzz! Immediately, the space in front of them changed rapidly. It was enough to see that the environment in front of them had changed. In an instant, the three of them came to an extremely mysterious place. This was the hell world that Li Zongjiu had created. However, Li Zongjiu had also directly merged the power of this hell world together, forming an extremely powerful force. Break his realm. The surrounding power made the two Saint Immortals feel very uncomfortable. Immediately, they roared angrily and unleashed the power of their bodies instantly. At the same time, Their Yuanli also turned into a giant beast at this moment. With the power of such a giant beast, they wanted to break through the barriers set up by Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how the two giant beasts collided, there was no movement at all. It was as if they had collided with the air. Li Zongjiu appeared in the sky with the matchless sword in his hand. Slash! The unparalleled sword crashed down. It seemed to be condensed with the power of sword qi, which was like rivers returning to the sea, as it fell with the sword qi. The two people below, as well as the giant beasts beside them, felt as if they had sunk into the depths of the sea. The power around them kept rolling and rolling. Rumble! The two giant beasts were severely injured. Under the sword qi, their bodies dissipated. After all, they were in Li Zongjiu's territory, so the strength of these two people was easily suppressed. How is this possible? East-coming sage immortals' eyes widened in shock. However, it was clear that Li Zongjiu's strength was something that East Rising Sage had not expected. Immediately, a purple sphere of light condensed out from East Rising Sage's hand. It was like a purple sun. Purple sun rises from the east. East Rising Sage threw out the purple sun in his hand, which instantly destroyed the environment in front of him. It collided with Li Zongjiu's sword qi, and the power between them instantly dispersed in all directions. However, Li Zongjiu's body only warmed up a little under the sword, and then he attacked again. This time, the Northern Sky Saint Immortal also used his own strength to resist. Boom! In the space, the power of vibration kept spreading out. It directly caused the surrounding power to become extremely chaotic. It made the two people feel that they were not only dealing with one Li Zongjiu, but also 3 Li Zongjius at the same time. Evil Soul Eye. Li Zongjiu suddenly moved in front of North Sky Saint Immortal and forcibly injected the power of the Evil Soul Eye into North Sky Saint Immortal's eyes. North Sky Saint Immortal was stared at by Li Zongjiu. His body instantly stiffened, and he did not move. Then North Sky Saint Immortal reacted and tried to break free from Li Zongjiu's control, but it seemed that he did not succeed. This was because Li Zongjiu's mind power was continuously pouring into North Sky Saint Immortal's body, as if countless mind chains were constantly binding North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power. He did not release it. When such power was condensed, North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power also felt incomparable pain and fear. North Sky. East Rising Sage seemed to see that North Sky Saint Immortal's situation was not good, so he immediately roared and rushed forward. Li Zongjiu was performing the mind control technique. For the time being, he could not free himself, and the unparalleled sword in his hand left Li Zongjiu's hand with a whoosh and attacked East Rising Sage in front of him. Whoosh! The unparalleled sword qi was also extremely fierce. As he continued to attack, Eastern Arrival Sage Immortal could clearly feel the pressure. In the end, Hu Wushuang's figure appeared. Both of his palms were swift and fierce, and with the power of both palms, they quickly enveloped East Rising Sage. Boom! 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 East Rising Sage was constantly forced to retreat. On the other side, Li Zongjiu also quickly completed the process of controlling. When his consciousness retreated, he could see that Li Zongjiu's eyes seemed to be shining. He directly sealed a wisp of North Sky Saint Immortal's mind power in the Evil Soul Eye. At this moment, North Sky Saint Immortal was completely under Li Zongjiu's control. North Sky, wake up quickly! East Rising Sage saw North Sky Saint Immortal's stiff body and knew that North Sky was now under Li Zongjiu's control. He immediately shouted anxiously. However, it was useless. Go, kill him, Li Zongjiu ordered. As soon as his voice fell, North Sky Saint Immortal moved and slashed at East Rising Sage with the sky-splitting slash. Unparalleled sword flew and fell back into Li Zongjiu's hand. North Sky, you're crazy. Wake up quickly. East Rising Sage was fighting with North Sky Saint Immortal while trying to wake North Sky up. Under the situation of 2 against 1, Li Zongjio could still control North Sky. This showed how terrifying Li Zongjio's strength was. If North Sky could not be woken up, he would be in real danger. Boom! Li Zongjio took advantage of the gap and slashed down with his sword. Bang! East Rising was directly sent flying. A dignified Saint Immortal had actually been injured by Li Zongjio. This was a great humiliation. East Rising Sage Immortal's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately clenched his fist and suddenly broke open a space crack behind him. Then he went into the space crack. Li Zongjio looked at East Rising Sage Immortal's disappearing figure and smirked. "You're dead meat. Go to the next level of hell and chase after him." Then Li Zongjio and North Sky both went into the next level of hell. Although absolute saints could move forward with the space storm, Li Zongjio had already turned the space here into 10 levels of hell. Therefore, no matter how East Rising Sage Immortal tore the space, he could only move through Li Zongjio's hell world. He would never be able to leave this place. Chapter 1347. Li Zongjio had created the boundless hell technique. It was also because he had unconsciously relaxed that he had created this fighting style. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of hardships to get out of Li Zongjio's realm. However, when he landed, he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by a sea of fire. East Coming Sage Immortal had gone through a lot of trouble to tear the space apart. Naturally, he would not send himself to such a dangerous place. Hence, when he appeared, East Coming Sage Immortal realized that something was amiss. This place is still Li Zongjio's realm. How many realms does Li Zongjio have? East Coming Sage Immortal was shocked. Obviously, he was shocked by Li Zongjio's strength. He did not know where this guy came from, but he was so powerful. Whoosh! North Sky Sage Immortal's North Pole sword moved with sword chi and flew over from afar. Boom! An explosive sword chi swept over. It directly rushed to East Coming Sage Immortal. North Sky. The East Coming Saint Immortal was surrounded by the sword chi, and he struggled to break free. When he broke free, he found that the North Sky Saint Immortal was already in front of him. North Sky. Staring into Beikong Saint Immortal's eyes, Donglai Saint Immortal realized that Beikong's eyes were lifeless. There was no emotion in them. Even though they had cultivated together for hundreds of years, they were like strangers now. They didn't know each other at all. Li Zongjio did not continue to fight with East Coming Sage Immortal. Instead, he returned to the fallen city. As for how long East Coming Sage Immortal could escape from the boundless hell, it was up to him. Plus, North Sky Sage Immortal was chasing after him. It was enough for them to play around in the boundless hell for a few years. It wasn't that easy to kill an absolute saint. What's more, Immortal Donglai was actually stronger than Wu Shui. If he wanted to kill him completely, he would need some means. Moreover, for Li Zongjio, killing East Rising Sage Immortal would not bring him any benefits. It would be better to borrow East Rising Sage Immortal's strength, to perfect his boundless power of hell. The advantages and disadvantages of each area would also be reflected. If he could successfully trap East Rising Sage Immortal in it, it would be a good experience. Li Zongjio returned to Fallen City. Even from afar, he could sense a few terrifying auras sweeping across the horizon. In fact, he could even escape directly from the top of his head. Boom! Li Zongjio felt that one of the auras was familiar. Interesting. Li Zongjio's eyes suddenly lit up. He then placed the unparalleled sword in the array and chased after the auras with a sway of his body. Boom! In the sky ahead, several ferocious forces were chasing after him. From time to time, terrifying collisions would break out. Heaven and earth trap. The figures who were chasing after him suddenly burst out with powerful yuan qi and locked down the area in front of them. With a boom, everything was locked down. The person who was running away instantly crashed into the sealed space of heaven and earth. Powerful fluctuations spread out. but his body was trapped in the same place, and there was no way for him to move. Let's see where you can run to. 5 figures surrounded a black-robed man. Although he was surrounded by 5 people, there was no panic in the black-robed man's eyes, only a hint of ruthlessness. A small carving knife appeared in his hand. He waved the carving knife gently in front of him, releasing a strong aura that gradually condensed the surrounding energy. The Blade of Destiny. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter it in such a situation. Hand over the Blade of Destiny. You're not from the human race. Submit to the Beast God Temple. With your strength, you'll definitely be promoted to an elder in less than 100 years and absorb the power of faith from millions of tribes. Why not? An old man with a pair of goat horns among the 5 tried to persuade the black-robed man. Although they had temporarily trapped the black-robed man, the 5 of them had suffered a lot when they joined forces to deal with him. Therefore, although they had trapped the black-robed man, they had to treat him carefully. Those who stand in my way shall die, the black-robed man said coldly and didn't respond to the old man's words. The murderous intent in his eyes was also quite fierce. Stubborn. Elder, just kill this man. A mere sage-to-be can fight with us to this extent. This man's talent is not bad. It's a pity that he can't be used by the Beast God Temple. No matter the price, we must kill you here. The old man with goat horns didn't hold back anymore. However, just as the 5 of them were about to attack, suddenly there was a flash of lightning in the sky behind them. Then a figure quickly appeared in front of these people. His body was wrapped in the power of lightning. He was holding a hammer in his hand. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and you jumped out on your own. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't forget the person in front of him. It could even be said that he was absolutely furious. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, he wouldn't have come here. Although he came here by accident and made a breakthrough, it was still a very dangerous act for Li Zongjiu. It was Li Zongjiu's business to achieve what he had achieved in such a dangerous situation. He could not thank this girl for it. What he really wanted to settle the score with her was that she had forced him and Qi Yanran into this situation. It's you. Heavenly Demon Tribe Girl Tian Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Seeing Li Zongjiu appear here, Tian Yi couldn't believe it. However, in the current situation, it didn't matter if there was one more Li Zongjiu. It was just one more enemy. To Tian Yi, she didn't actually want to kill Li Zongjiu and the others. She just wanted to borrow the flying bird platform. However, it was obvious that this had crossed their bottom line. That was why they were hostile towards them. Now, there were 5 experts from the Beast God Temple present. How could they let Li Zongjiu leave? This stupid Li Zongjiu. Could it be that he couldn't see the situation in front of him? It was already like this. Why did he have to jump out and die? Leave quickly. These people will kill you, Tian Yi said in a low voice. Tian Yi said in a deep voice. As for whether Li Zongjiu would listen or not, whether he believed it or not, it had nothing to do with Tian Yi. I thought it was a helper. Turns out it's someone who wants to kill you. Haha, little girl, if you join the Beast God Temple now, we can help you get rid of this kid. The old man with the goat horn sneered when he saw Li Zongjiu appear. It was as if he had found an opportunity. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to buy Tian Yi's heart. Swoosh! Tian Yi responded to the old man with the goat horn by using the Blade of Destiny to open a crack behind her. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, before this crack could stabilize, it was forcefully sealed by an expert from the Beast God Temple. Do it! Don't let this human play tricks. Ing Tian, kill him, the old man with the goat horn ordered. In order to prevent Li Zongjiu from causing trouble here, one of them had to deal with Li Zongjiu first. Roger. Chapter 1348. The muscular man called Ing Tian also had a pair of steel-like wings on his back. Every feather on his wings was filled with penetrating power. At this moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. On the other side, the heavenly monster, tribe girl Tian, he was also fighting with the other four. If not for the power of the blade of fate in her hand, she would have been caught by the people in front of her. She already had the experience of fighting with the 5 of them. However, at that time, the 5 of them were only in the probing stage. In addition, they were extremely wary of the power of the blade of creation. Hence, they did not suppress her too much. But now these people were here to take Tian Yi's life and seize the blade of fate by force. Be careful. Don't get stabbed by the blade of fate. The old man with the goat horn reminded. If they were stabbed by the blade of fate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knows, he might even be crippled. Even with their current strength, if they were to be pierced by the blade of creation, they would definitely be in a lot of trouble, even though they would not die instantly, due to the fear of the power of the blade of fortune. These people were also very careful in the battle. However, Tian Yi was also in a state of suppression. However, Tian Yi's degree of ferocity was also beyond these people's imagination. As long as there was a slight opportunity, she would launch a crazy attack. Brat, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. Tian laughed loudly, then suddenly attacked Li Zongjiu. The wings on his back flapped, and his figure quickly swept towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! The eagle claw in his hand had a terrifying power to break through the air, and it grabbed towards Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu looked at Tian's attack with a disdainful smile. He grabbed the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Boom! The hammer hit the eagle's claw, forcing it to retreat. The other party grabbed his sharp eagle claw and grimaced. What kind of hammer is this? Tian's claws were already indestructible, and he could easily crush anything that came into contact with them. At this moment, he was actually beaten back by Li Zongjiu's hammer. This caused Eagle Sky to be quite shocked. At the moment of the collision, he felt as if his hand was about to be broken. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before. That's all you got. Li Zongjiu's expression seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, he did not expect the people in front of him to be so weak. He thought that since these people in front of him looked so fierce, they should have some ability. However, he was greatly disappointed. How arrogant! You'll know how powerful I am when I tear your throat apart. Tian roared furiously as the wings on his back began to rotate rapidly. A gust of wind was stirred up in the air. The gust of wind was like a thunderstorm rolling towards Li Zongjiu. The gust of wind contained an incomparably sharp aura. As it approached, Li Zongjiu frowned slightly. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about the power in front of him at all. With his chaotic body, it was extremely easy for him to walk through such a storm of steel. After blocking the terrifying storm with one hand, Li Zongjiu smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand. Immediately, a wave of frightening strength swiftly spread across the space in front of him. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer was extremely terrifying. It almost shattered the space in front of him. The shattered space rumbled and swept towards Tian. Then, Tian's body was swept away by the power. What? Tian was immediately hit by the power. The power that hit Tian was none other than Li Zongjiu's fist. The fist directly penetrated Tian's organs. A mere half-saint. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Li Zongjiu could not help but say. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Tian. His calm words stunned Tian. Before Eagle Sky could react, Li Qiye's expression changed. Li Zongjiu's hand had already pierced into the other party's back, immediately tearing out the pair of wings. Whoosh! The wings on Tian's back flew out with blood. Then a few feathers fell to the ground. Eagle Sky let out a low roar of pain as the wings on his back were broken. Tian immediately growled. Although Tian's strength had not reached the level of a true absolute saint, he could still fight against a true absolute saint with his tough physique. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. You dare to touch me!" Ying Tian's face was distorted from the pain. He had turned into a real eagle's head. When Li Zongjiu heard that, he directly tore off the other half of Ying Tian's wing. This was extremely painful for the fallen clan. Compared to the pain of a human, it was like the pain of a broken arm. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was quite ruthless. Ying Tian wanted to say something, but he could no longer say it. In the distance, the old man with the goat saw Ying Tian's miserable state and immediately came over. "Not good. Ying Tian has been crippled by that person. Old Shi, quickly go and save him." Among the many people, one of them was a fallen clan expert who was proud of his defense. After hearing the order, he immediately roared and quickly returned to where he came from. He threw a punch at Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu also threw a backhand punch and collided with his opponents. The expert in front of him was called Old Shi. He had a rhinoceros horn on his forehead. Obviously, the latter's original body was similar to a rhinoceros. Moreover, the size of the opponent's fist was almost 2 to 3 times larger than Li Zongjiu's. However, after the two fists collided, Old Shi realized that his fist seemed to have hit something incomparably hard. It was several times harder than his fist. He could clearly feel that his fingers were showing signs of breaking. "What? Your strength is not bad, but it's still a little weak." The corner of Li Zongjiu's mouth raised slightly. However, when Old Shi looked at Li Zongjiu's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, Old Shi saw Li Zongjiu's movement. He actually threw another punch at him. How could he let Li Zongjiu have his way? Again, he fought with his fist. In the end, there was a bang. Old Shi's entire arm was hit by Li Zongjiu and exploded on the spot. His bones and the like were instantly blown away. Of course, Old Shi was not someone to be trifled with. Fighting relied on the word ruthlessness. Moreover, Old Shi had a unique advantage. He directly hit Li Zongjiu with the horn on his head. If Li Zongjiu was stupid, he would directly hit the opponent with force. However, Li Zongjiu was obviously not stupid. The black dragon hammer in his hand directly hit the incoming rhinoceros horn. Clang! Li Zongjiu's hammer hit, and Old Shi instantly became dizzy. Chapter 1349. Of course, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not bad either. Although Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer was quite powerful, Old Shi's rhinoceros horn was not just for decoration. This was the first time he was almost knocked out in a head-on collision. However, Old Shi immediately shook his head and forcefully stabilized his body. "My heavenly golden horn is indestructible. No matter how powerful you are, you still won't be able to break my heavenly golden horn." Old Shi immediately roared, as if he was angered by Li Zongjiu. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not give Old Shi any chance to show off. He directly held the black dragon hammer in his hand and swept it over madly again. One hammer after another fell, until the 5th hammer fell. A crack suddenly appeared on Old Shi's heaven golden horn that he was so proud of. This immediately shocked Old Shi. At the same time, he felt quite frightened. What kind of rhythm was this? His heaven golden horn was actually broken. If this continued, it might really be broken by Li Zongjiu. This natural ability was also Old Shi's unique trait. If he was directly broken by Li Zongjiu, his future days would definitely not be easy. Old Shi hurriedly retreated. "I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore." Old Shi's body retreated, and his mouth kept begging for mercy. When the goat-horned old man heard Old Shi's begging voice, the other two people were shocked. They did not expect this kid who came out of nowhere to be so powerful. He defeated 2 experts in a row. Even Old Shi was beaten to the point where he covered his head and ran away, begging for mercy again and again. "You think you can stop just because you say so?" Li Zongjiu did not come here to play house. What's more, these people in front of him were people from the Beast God Temple. Li Zongjio killed so many people from the Beast God Temple that it was impossible to reconcile in the future. The only way was to kill these people and eradicate the Beast God Temple, which was equivalent to solving the problem. Now that Li Zongjio finally met 5 people who were alone, how could he let them go? From the moment Li Zongjio arrived, he did not want to let these people leave alive. Myriad Thunderbolt. Li Zongjio raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and suddenly smashed down the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Old Shi's face turned deathly pale when he sensed the power of the lightning descending upon him. The rumbling power of thunder and lightning attracted the goat-horned old man. At the same time, Tian-Yi found an opportunity to use the blade of fortune in her hand and quickly sent one of them flying. The remaining 2 people realized that they had underestimated Li Zongjio and Tian-Yi. These 2 people looked very young, but in fact, each one was more powerful than the other. The human looked like he was in his teens, maybe even less than 20 years old. They did not expect him to have such powerful strength. Even the sane immortals in the sacred mountain could not have such strength to beat old Shi like this. When the thunder and lightning fell, old Shi was no longer arrogant. Under the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning, the heavenly golden horn on his head directly shattered. When the heavenly golden horn shattered, it was equivalent to his brain being split open. Therefore, old Shi's body directly fell from the sky. He quickly fell to the ground. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. And the birdman who had 2 wings torn off, at this moment, no one knew where he went. He should have fallen directly. Fate Dragon Sparrow. Suddenly, in Tian-Yi's hand, in the sky, directly condensed a terrifying power with the blade of fortune. An extremely huge, heavenly demon dragon sparrow emerged, and its huge body instantly entangled the goat-horned old man in front of it. The remaining person obviously could not pose a threat to Tian-Yi and Li Zongjio. Boy, quickly run. Once they transform, their strength will definitely increase by several times. You and I together will definitely not be a match for them. Tian-Yi's tone was still quite cold. Although she and Li Zongjio were in a state of hostility, after all, when they were in the Sky Suspension Mountain, they fought with their lives on the line. It was obviously impossible to sit down and have a good chat about the current situation. But today, if Li Zongjio hadn't appeared and held back the 2 experts of the opposing side one by one, and eliminated the 2 experts of the opposing side on, he would not have a chance to escape. Therefore, after escaping, Tian-Yi also shouted at Li Zongjio, wanting to let Li Zongjio understand the situation and not be deceived by the current weakness of these people. In fact, the current state of these people was a relatively casual posture, and they even deliberately hid their strength. Now, if they really transformed, their power was still quite terrifying. It was not something they could resist now. Moreover, their moves might not be able to stop the strongest goat-horned old man. Escape? I am the great evil lord Li Zongjio. Do I need to escape? Li Zongjio's face suddenly became arrogant, and he said with extreme disdain, did he really think that he was a person who could give up everything for his life? Did he actually want the great evil lord to escape? Instead of dealing with the enemy, he was thinking of running away. This kind of thinking was simply too laughable. However, when Tian-Yi heard Li Zongjio's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her stomach. What a shameless person. She was really forgetful. If it weren't for the fact that you had to touch that damn transmission array and wanted to escape, she, Tian-Yi, would not have fallen into such a situation. Now, she was still being chased to such a place. Otherwise, Tian-Yi would have already completed the mission of continuing her race. How could such a situation happen? For Tian-Yi, Li Zongjio, also had a lot to do with her being chased. Even this debt should be settled with Li Zongjio. Since Li Zongjio refused to leave, Tian-Yi knew that time was running out. Hence, she decided to rush out and head towards the front. Boom! But Tian-Yi's figure rushed out not long ago. Logically speaking, this distance was enough for Tian-Yi to escape to a relatively safe place. She could even reorganize and then come back. But just as Tian-Yi was about to leave, where Li Zongjie was, 5 terrifying auras directly erupted one after another. Even the clouds in the sky had become blood red, bloody wind and rain. Extremely terrifying power was condensing. In front of Li Zongjie, 5 huge beasts appeared. Chapter 1350. These 5 behemoths had their feet on the ground and their heads in the sky. The clouds were only around their necks. Such a figure could be clearly seen even from miles away. Li Zongjie was surrounded by these behemoths. Interesting. You're finally getting serious. Li Zongjie naturally knew that these people had the ability to transform. However, the true transformation of the absolute Saint Realm would increase their strength by many times. Even Ying Tian and Old Shi, who had been severely injured by Li Zongjie, had transformed into their true forms. Now, they had transformed into their true forms, and the injuries they had sustained earlier had already disappeared. Compared to such a huge body, the little injury caused to me just now was nothing. Roar! Ying Tian, who had transformed into a dark blood eagle, also roared at Li Zongjie. If the anger in his eyes could be spat out, it would at least stretch for tens of thousands of feet. It was obvious how much he wanted to tear Li Zongjie into pieces. The other rhinoceros was also standing on the mountain. Just this leg alone was like a real pillar that could hold up the sky. However, the heavenly golden horn on its head, which should have pierced through the mountains and rivers, sun and moon. At this moment, half of it was broken. At this moment, the heavenly golden rhinoceros also wanted to smash Li Zongjie into meat paste, then put him on the ground and trample him into meat paste. Its front feet kept digging on the ground. Because of this action, it directly dug the nearby soil into an extremely vast lake. Then, the lake was quickly filled with water. Such a huge commotion was all because of this huge body. There was also a goat. Just the beard of the goat alone was like a waterfall hanging high in the sky. Beside the goat, there were 2 more strange beasts. It was hard to describe, but in terms of appearance, they were similar to ordinary wild wolves. However, they had more sharp teeth. They were very wild. They trapped Li Zongjie in front of them. It seemed that in the eyes of these 5 beasts, Li Zongjie was just a very small fly that could be easily swatted to death. This idiot, Tian-Yi, who had already fled thousands of miles away, turned back and saw these huge beasts. When she saw the fallen tribe revealing their true forms, Tian-Yi knew that Li Zongjie was doomed. This human was truly blindly arrogant. Whoosh! Tian-Yi actually rushed towards the 5 giant beasts again. She returned to Li Zongjie's side. Li Zongjie also looked at the heavenly monster tribe in surprise. You are a monster. Why did you run back? Li Zongjie looked at Tian-Yi and couldn't help but say. Obviously, Li Zongjie was also very surprised that this Tian-Yi actually knew to come back after running away. Heavenly demon tribe doesn't owe favors. Tian-Yi said coldly. She didn't look at Li Zongjie. Instead, she stared at the white goat in front of her. Except for this goat, the rest are all half-step saints. You block the 4 of them. I will deal with this goat. After that, we will fight our way out of this encirclement together. Tian-Yi said in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if they had fought before, and there were still some grudges between them. But now that the enemy was in front of them, there was no need to be so calculative. Li Zongjie, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, it wasn't something that could be solved with numbers. No matter how many people there were, they were all trash. What was the use? Then you go first. Li Zongjie wasn't in a hurry. Tian-Yi didn't understand what Li Zongjie meant. Did he still want to leave alive? Immediately, Tian-Yi used the Blade of Fortune again. Although she didn't know much about Li Zongjie didn't seem like a person who would throw his life away. In that case, she would cooperate with him and believe in Li Zongjio for the time being. Boom! A power that shook both the past and present rose from the blade of creation. It was as if the heavens were a drum that was being beaten violently. Very soon, an extremely terrifying vibration could be heard from the drum beats. As the voice faded, it was as if the sky had been knocked. Countless meteors and fiery rain fell from the sky, rapidly falling downwards. Boom! The white goat raised its head. It was the same move again. Bah! The white goat opened its mouth and made a sound. Apparently it was giving an order. However, because it was an incarnation of its body, it couldn't speak human language. They could only use their own language to communicate. Who would have thought that this low roar would directly destroy the originally ferocious atmosphere? Although its body was extremely huge and terrifying, its voice was still as soft as a sheep's. It felt weird just listening to it. Following the white goat's order, 3 of the giant beasts attacked Li Zongjio at the same time. The remaining one fought with the white goat against Tian Yi. Currently, Tian Yi's cultivation was only equivalent to a sage-to-be. If Tian Yi changed into her original form, she could directly reach the sage-to-be realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't reveal her original form, because if she returned to her original form too many times, she would be unable to change her original form. If he wanted to change back, he would be even more unrecognizable. In the end, it would be difficult for him to change back into a human appearance. Naturally, she would lose the chance to change back into her original form. She would also lose many chances to change back into her original form. When such a situation occurred, come on. Li Zongjio raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and rushed towards the rhinoceros in front of him. The sky gold rhinoceros was unhappy. What was this guy trying to do? Why did he have to pick on me, a soft persimmon? Let's see who the soft persimmon is. Boom! This time, the sky gold rhinoceros was ruthless. It didn't care about the consequences and directly charged towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio smashed his hammer on the rhinoceros's head. Instantly there was a loud noise. The sky gold rhinoceros's huge body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he was sent flying, the mountains, rivers, and plants on the ground were in trouble. Some of the mountains were directly razed to the ground. The trees were directly crushed into pieces. Even if you changed into your original form, your strength didn't increase by much. You can't do it. Not only did Li Zongjio defeat the rhinoceros, he even humiliated the rhinoceros. It made the rhinoceros feel ashamed. Immediately, the sky gold rhinoceros turned around. However, it continued to attack and saw the dark blood eagle flapping its wings. It clawed towards Li Zongjio. Boom! This claw caused the wind and clouds to surge. Chapter 1351. As the claw descended, it seemed to have clawed a hole in the sky. Li Zongjio waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, and the power of lightning surged. Rumble! The terrifying lightning energy seemed to have swallowed up the dark blood figure. The lightning was like a berserk figure as it rapidly swept across the dark blood eagle's body, churning and surging violently. The dark blood eagle was directly sent flying. Its belly fell to the sky. Although its body had changed a lot, its strength was not beyond Li Zongjio's expectation. After all, his original body had just reached the absolute saint realm. The other figure was like a wild wolf, but the sharp teeth in its mouth were almost twice the size of its head. Under such an imposing aura, when the dark blood eagle was sent flying, the huge fallen wolf stabbed its sharp teeth at Li Zongjio angrily. The surging power. Li Zongjio was surprised. You have some skills. Li Zongjio threw the black dragon hammer in his hand, and it hit the dark blood eagle's head, knocking it out. At the same time, Li Zongjio grabbed the sharp teeth with both hands. Break! Li Zongjio raised his fist and smashed down on the sharp teeth. Bang! His teeth were directly broken, and he fell from the sky like a sharp sword falling from the sky, piercing the sky and directly penetrating a mountain below. The fallen wolf howled in pain after its teeth were broken by Li Zongjiu. Mountain-flipping golden seal. Li Zongjiu used the mountain-flipping golden seal and smashed the fallen wolf's head into the ground with a loud bang. When the fallen wolf's head was deeply embedded into the ground, it was difficult for him to pull his head out even when he was flipping his body. Hammer. Li Zongjiu opened his palm, and the black dragon hammer flew from afar into Li Zongjiu's hand. Raising the black dragon hammer in his hand, he summoned obsidian lightning from the sky. He fell towards the fallen wolf. Boom! The fallen wolf's head was instantly blasted into pieces by this terrifying thunderbolt. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A large group of the fallen race had fallen. Roar! The heavenly gold rhino also stood up. He finally regained the ability to move and immediately rushed toward Li Zongjiu in a frenzy. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu's hand seals were flying. Buddha palm. A 7-storied pagoda descended from the sky. It directly broke the heavenly gold rhino from its waist. As the heavenly golden rhino ran, it was also forced to fall to the ground. Its flesh and blood gushed out like a waterfall and fell to the ground. The dark blood eagle also flapped its wings. After it got up, it realized that its 2 companions had been killed by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu must be in a frenzied state. Then, the dark blood eagle saw that the situation was not good, so it directly flew away. It did not even want to take revenge for the humiliation from before. Right now, the most important thing was to protect its own life. As for the white goat and the other fallen divine beast, it was up to fate whether they could survive or not. Anyway, the dark blood eagle had already made up its mind to escape. Space seal. Li Zongjiu casually waved his hand. Li Zongjiu was actually able to use the spatial sealing technique that the goat-horned old man had used before. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also good at this kind of technique. He only needed to see it once to know how to perform it. The dark blood eagle was trapped in the space that Li Zongjiu had sealed. Immediately, it was very anxious. In the end, it actually burst out its life skill, wanting to directly shatter the sealed space in front of it. However, in the space after it was broken, a blood-red dragon figure descended from the sky. The dragon claw clasped the dark blood eagle's neck. The 5 claws pierced into the dark blood eagle's flesh and directly lifted its head. The pitiful dark blood eagle was beheaded just like that. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already killed the 3 fallen giant beasts. The blade of fate in Tian Yi's hand also became more powerful. At the same time, it also chopped off the head of the other fallen giant beast that came to assist. Originally, Tian Yi wanted to trap the 2 of them and then break out of the encirclement with Li Zongjiu. In her opinion, that was not a difficult thing to do. However, when Tian Yi looked back, she realized that Li Zongjiu had easily finished the battle. He had killed the other 3 fallen giant beasts. Then she changed her strategy. Today, she had to kill the 2 fallen giant beasts. After all, these people had been chasing her for a long time and wanted to snatch the blade of fate in her hand. Naturally, she could not let these people go back alive. Now that there was a chance, she had to kill them. The goat, transformed by the goat-horn old man, had the ability to swallow clouds and spit out fog. With a slight movement, it released clouds of poisonous gas. It made the surrounding environment look like it was in a fog. Tian Yi transformed the man of fate into the power of the wings behind her. Boom! Tian Yi rushed out of the foggy environment with the help of the wings of fate behind her. When she rushed out, he also saw that the white sheep was charging towards Tian Yi with its horns. Tian Yi stepped on the goat horn. However, the speed of the opponent's attack made Tian Yi unable to attack at all. The wings behind her could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Bang! Tian Yi was directly sent flying. Her figure flew tens of thousands of meters in the sky, breaking through countless clouds. In the end, she slowly came to a stop. "You are dead for going against the beast god temple." She did not expect the goat to be able to speak when it transformed into its original form. No wonder it was a true absolute saint. The other fallen giant beasts could not master this ability. Li Zongjio rose into the sky. He looked at the fallen giant beasts in front of him as if nothing had happened. "You don't have to worry about me. Die in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjio stepped on the golden dragon. The golden dragon's huge body instantly spread out. His current size was several times larger than when he had fought with Tian Yi. Naturally, his strength had also increased correspondingly, making him even more powerful. The blood dragon roared, and as its huge body twisted, it instantly swept towards the white goat. The two giant beasts collided, exploding with terrifying fluctuations. The blood dragon rolled, trying to turn the fallen giant beast's body around. However, the fallen giant beast's 4 legs were like mountains. In addition to its powerful aura, it was not shaken by the blood dragon. In the end, the blood dragon bit the fallen giant beast's neck. The fallen giant beast's body crashed to the ground. At this moment, the golden dragon turned into a ray of golden light. Boom! The consecutive heavy injuries made the fallen giant beasts retreat. The power that Li Zongjio's 2 original spirits exploded out was not weak at all. After the fallen giant beasts was forced to retreat, it also struggled to escape. It turned out that Li Zongjio had not been serious from the beginning. Now that he was serious, there was no longer any hope. Chapter 1352. At this moment, there were already many huge wounds on the white sheep's body. Under the attack of the 2 Dragon Clan original spirits, the fallen white sheep couldn't resist at all. Although it wanted to break free, the more it fought, the weaker its strength became. It didn't have enough strength to break free. At this moment, Tian Yi flew back from afar. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zongjio to kill the white sheep so easily. He didn't even need to do anything himself. Just the original spirits were enough to deal with the white sheep. However, Tian Yi could clearly see that Li Zongjio's strength had made a great breakthrough. Before this, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran teamed up to deal with Tian Yi. It was extremely difficult for them. However, in just a few months, Tian Yi's strength had improved greatly. Li Zongjio had such a powerful breakthrough and change. It was unimaginable. Rumble. Finally, the white sheep died under the entanglement of the golden dragon original spirit and the blood dragon original spirit. It was easily torn into pieces. It didn't even have a chance to escape. At the level of the Absolute Saint realm, it was naturally easy to kill those below the Absolute Saint realm. However, Li Zongjio seemed to have mastered the means to kill Absolute Saints. After a few exchanges, he easily defeated these people. He was almost an invincible existence. Of course, Li Zongjio's strength was much stronger than these people. That was why he could kill them so easily. It seemed reasonable for Li Zongjio to kill the 5 fallen beasts. After all, Li Zongjio had enough strength to kill them. Initially, he wanted to test the skills of these people, but he didn't expect that even after transforming, these people were still so weak. Therefore, Li Zongjio lost interest and killed them all. Tian Yi looked at Li Zongjio with a shocked expression. She didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so powerful. Tian Yi thought that Li Zongjio had a breakthrough in the sacred martial realm, so it was normal for his strength to increase. However, she didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so powerful that he could kill the 5 fallen beasts. Obviously, even if Tian Yi didn't come back to help Li Zongjio could easily kill them all. Tian Yi's action was a little unnecessary. Li Zongjio took back his black dragon hammer. Li Zongjio put away the corpses of the fallen beasts. There was still a 10,000 slaughter sword lying in his hell world. He could use the blood of these fallen beasts to nurture the myriad slaughter sword in his hand. Now that I've settled their score, it's time to settle our score. Li Zongjio came back this time to find trouble with Tian Yi. Tian Yi was the one who did such a thing. Li Zongjio certainly had to teach Tian Yi a lesson. How do you want to settle it? Tian Yi's mouth glinted coldly. Since Li Zongjio didn't need her help at all, it was equivalent to her walking into a trap. She didn't expect to walk into a tiger's mouth after leaving the wolf's den. This made Tian Yi quite helpless in her heart. However, an enemy was an enemy after all. Even if she knew someone else, their attitude was still the same. If he didn't let her live, it would only make things difficult for everyone. The heavenly demon dragon Sparrow was not so cowardly. Originally, you were going to die, but since you still have a little conscience and know to come back, I can spare your life for the time being. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Although the other party was a girl, Li Zongjio didn't have much mercy in his eyes. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially now that the heavenly demon dragon Sparrow's strength hadn't improved greatly. The blade of destiny in her hand was also at the same level as Qi Yanran's green bird platform. Qi Yanran didn't even use the green bird platform as skillfully as the blade of destiny. It could be seen that the other party's strength was even more terrifying. She might have limitless achievements in the future. If he allowed such an enemy to grow, he would be the unlucky one in the end. However, Li Zongjio saw that the other party had turned back and didn't leave. This was a bit of loyalty. Li Zongjio considered sparing her life. Evil Lord's character was so unpredictable. Tian Yi didn't say anything. She continued to wait for Li Zongjio's next words. Tian Yi knew that with Li Zongjio's character, he wouldn't let her have an easy time. Even if he made some demands, Tian Yi might not be able to humbly satisfy them. Since you wanted to snatch the green bird platform last time, I'll fulfill your wish this time. Hand over your blade of destiny, Li Zongjio said indifferently. As expected, Tian Yi's eyes shone with a cold light. Tian Yi would never allow anyone to snatch the blade of fate from her. The blade of fate in her hand was the inheritance of the entire heavenly monster tribe. If it was snatched away, it would be tantamount to severing her inheritance. Don't even think about it. Tian Yi refused without hesitation. If he wanted to snatch it away by force, the only way was to fight to the death. It seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Li Zongjio shook his head as a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Let's fight. Tian Yi wasn't afraid. In her heart, she had already decided to fight to the death. If he wanted to snatch the blade of destiny, there was only one outcome, and that was to kill her. All right, then, I'll send you on your way. Li Zongjio took out the black dragon hammer. Li Zongjio was very interested in the blade of destiny. Since he was interested, he would take it and admire it. Tian Yi never thought that Li Zongjio would let her go so easily. Even Tian Yi herself had a firm determination. She had to rely on herself for everything. As the last person of the heavenly demon tribe, it wasn't easy for Tian Yi to survive until now. In order to protect the blade of destiny in her hand, she had gone back and forth between life and death several times. Therefore, Tian Yi would never give up. However, Li Zongjio's strength was unprecedented. In his hands, the 5 giant fallen beasts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were easily killed. If it were her, she might have had a similar effect. Li Zongjio was about to attack. Suddenly, he sensed a message from the unparalleled sword in the fallen city. His face suddenly changed. You're courting death. Li Zongjio immediately gave up attacking Tian Yi. He turned around and rushed towards the fallen city. Boom! Li Zongjio's speed was beyond Tian Yi's imagination. With such speed, how terrifying was Li Zongjio's strength. However, why did Li Zongjio suddenly leave? This made Tian Yi a little confused. However, since the troublesome Li Zongjio had left, Tian Yi didn't need to stay here. Otherwise, if Li Zongjio came back, she would lose such a great opportunity. He didn't hesitate and fled in another direction. Chapter 1353. In the sky above Fallen City. The infernal hell flower bloomed continuously. Hu Wushuang appeared in the unparalleled sword. He was using his spiritual energy to activate the array around him to stop a person. The person was stepping on the clouds. He held the waterfall spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointing downward, and the terrifying power of a waterfall poured down crazily. Rumble! The water fell on the infernal lotus array and absorbed the power of the infernal lotus array. One could see that Hu Wushuang was doing his best. In the city below, there was another person who was currently defeating Jiang Bai and the others. It was Shen Wu, who was severely injured but had regained consciousness. When Shen Wu woke up, he found that his Eastern Arrival Sage Immortal and Northern Sky Sage Immortal were not nearby. Even that damned brat Li Zongjiu was nowhere to be seen. Shen Wu immediately felt that something was definitely wrong. He wanted to leave immediately and take Yu Luo to treat her injuries. However, he was stopped by the unparalleled sword. He was completely trapped in the city and couldn't leave. Shen Wu had no choice but to release a signal and summon his father, the guardian duke of the great Wu dynasty. As the guardian duke of the great Wu dynasty, as long as his opponent wasn't a Saint Immortal, he could fight them. Moreover, the waterfall spear in his hand was made with the materials of the sacred mountain. He might be able to reach the Saint Immortal realm in the future with the help of the waterfall spear. Hu Wushuang's strength hadn't recovered yet, and he was suppressed by the power of his attribute. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for him to break into Fallen City. You're just a sword spirit. Xin Tianlu stared at Hu Wushuang with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He never thought that Hu Wushuang, who was so powerful, was just a spirit. If I can refine a sword, I'll be able to reach the absolute saint realm. Xin Tianlu was tempted. This time he was really tempted. How could he not be tempted by such a powerful, peerless sword in front of him? He had been stuck in this realm for many years and had not been able to make any progress. Now that he finally had a chance to make a breakthrough, how could he give up just like that? If he wanted to break through now, he would have to borrow the power of the outside world. In other words, he had to combine it with his own origin energy to achieve a true breakthrough. Although the waterfall spear in his hands was top-notch, it was still an inanimate object. If he could obtain this unparalleled sword, it would be an opportunity for Xin Tianlu to change his fate. Shen Tianliu's eyes were filled with excitement. The waterfall spear in his hand instantly surged with power. Boom! Power surged out. It was as if the water of a great river had descended from the sky and covered the sun. Chi! 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 An extremely strong steam phenomenon appeared in the sky above the fallen city. However, with the appearance of this steam, Hu Wushuang's strength was also rapidly draining. The other party was going all out, wanting to directly exhaust Hu Wushuang's strength. Oh no! The power of the unparalleled sword is about to be exhausted. Jiang Bai and the others were seriously injured. Even if they were to face a severely injured Shen Wu, they would still be no match for him. However, the unparalleled sword urgently needed their help at this moment. Li Zongjiu's whereabouts were unknown. However, he should be in a situation. Otherwise, he would have appeared by now. In such a critical moment, they naturally had to step forward bravely. Otherwise, once they were in danger, they would become useless if they relied on others to help them. Therefore, under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were also fighting with their lives on the line against Shen Wu. As long as they could take down Shen Wu, the people outside the array would naturally not dare to act rashly. Go! The two women once again climbed up from the ruins and suddenly rushed toward Shen Wu. Boom! Shen Wu also waved his hand casually, and two waves of energy blasted the two women away again. The gap between our realms is like the gap between an ant and a god. How can you overcome it? Shen Wu said faintly. There was a sense of supreme glory in his tone. Just as Shen Wu was about to kill the two of them, a cold light flashed past. Boom! The unparalleled sword instantly pierced through Shen Wu's body. Bang! Shen Wu knelt on the ground. The sword, piercing through his heart, made Shen Wu feel as if he was struck by lightning. Puff! Shen Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this sword strike wasn't fatal. Shen Wu was also wearing a top-notch inner armor, which protected his vital points. Jiang Bai flipped over and stood up again. Finally, she was able to get close to Shen Wu and directly tied him up. Chu Yan Guan also used Yuan Li to suppress Shen Wu. Chu Yan Guan's strength gradually surpassed Jiang Bai's. After all, he had received many pointers from Qi Yanran before. The two of them worked together to trap Shen Wu. The tip of the sword was hanging above Shen Wu's head. The two of them stared at the sky again, trying to threaten Shin Tianlu. However, Shen Tianlu only glanced at them. How dare an ant try to fight against a holy master? Shin Tianlu sneered when he saw this. Then he suddenly released the power in his hand. Boom! A stream of water power directly shook outside the array formation. Even though there was a barrier between them, it still easily sent the two of them flying. Bang! Bang! Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were sent flying once again. Both of their injuries were already very serious. How dare you hurt my child with a mere demonic sword? I'll refine you today. Shin Tianlu knew that there was no time to lose. He immediately took an elixir and recovered 50% of his Yuan Li. Then he released the remaining 50% of his Yuan Li. The tyrannical power instantly broke He Wushuang's formation. At the same time, his body suddenly stretched forward and grabbed He Wushuang's neck. How about that? No matter how strong you were when you were alive, you can only become a ghost under my hands now. Shin Tianlu laughed when he captured He Wushuang. It was as if victory was already in his hands, and he could already see the light of victory. However, just as Shin Tianlu was about to use his Yuan Li to devour He Wushuang, suddenly Shin Tianlu felt a chill on his back. It was as if something terrifying was staring at him. Ever since he became the Great Wu's guardian duke, it had been a long time since he had felt this way. Only when the oppression from an extremely strong existence was full of hostility would he feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. It made him rather fearful. "Who's there?" Shin Tianlu shouted. The Yuan Li in his body instantly exploded. Immediately, a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Boom! "You must be tired of living." A cold voice rang out behind Shin Tianliu's ear. However, how could someone get close to him so easily? This must be an illusion. It was mind power. Chapter 1354. Shin Tianliu's body stiffened as well. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move at all. The power around him was as cold and merciless as 10,000-year-old ice. It directly froze Shin Tianliu's bloodline. Every breath he took was extremely bone-piercing. It was as if sharp ice blades were scraping his body. Shin Tianlu was alarmed by the clear pain he felt. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Shin Tianlu broke out in a cold sweat and then opened his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. The scene in front of him also returned to normal. He saw a young man in a black robe in the air, standing not far away from him. He was holding the unparalleled sword, which originally belonged to him, and seemed to be saying something to the unparalleled sword. "My sword. No one is allowed to touch it." Shen Tianlu saw that his weapon had been taken away by someone who had come. In his rage, he did not care about anything else. In the entire sacred martial realm, only a few divine immortals from the sacred mountain could surpass him in strength. As for the others, he did not care at all. There was nothing to talk about. Let's fight. Once I kill you, I'll know who's the real master here. Waterfall flow. Shen Tianlu suddenly raised the waterfall spear in his hand. At this moment, it was like 1,000 miles of cold light directly descending on Li Zongjiu. The power of this cold light alone was enough to easily destroy a city. There was no suspense. However, Li Zongjiu did not dodge the power that was descending on him. He just stood there, as if he was going to let his opponent attack him. Boom! All the cold air condensed in front of Li Zongjiu, but did not get close to Li Zongjiu. It seemed to be blocked by a strong force. Xin Tianlu saw that his attack had been forcibly blocked by Li Zongjiu. His heart skipped a beat. How could he have such a strong aura? How could this be? Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh amidst the tide. You call yourself a celestial master? This is your strength? Li Zongjiu said calmly. Xin Tianlu was shocked. He calmly received the attack. However, whether he was really calm or just pretending to be calm, he would only know after a few more attacks. Let's see how long you can pretend. Xin Tianlu bellowed as the waterfall spear in his hands shot towards Li Zongjiu. It seemed to have turned into a water dragon as it surged towards Li Zongjiu. The originally clear sky had now turned into a huge wave in the deep sea. Thousands of layers of huge waves rolled up, and in an instant Li Zongjiu felt like he was about to be swallowed whole. Is this the ultimate move you're so proud of? Li Zongjiu stared at the river-turning, flood dragon in front of him. The light on the unparalleled sword gradually surged. When the opponent rushed over, Li Zongjiu took advantage of the opportunity to swing the unparalleled sword in his hand. The sword qi instantly slashed the body of the flood dragon. Boom! The flood dragon was instantly torn apart. It exploded on the spot. Shen Tianliu's strongest attack had been directly broken at this moment. Shen Tianliu was immediately severely injured. The backlash of the origin energy in his body also made Shen Tianliu realize that he was no match for the person in front of him. If he continued to fight, he would only die. The only way was to escape. As an expert, he knew how to protect his own life and prevent himself from dying so early. There was only hope if he was alive. Even as the great Wu dynasty's duke, he had to be alive to be a great Wu dynasty's duke. If he died, he would be nothing. However, would Shen Tianliu be able to escape just because he wanted to? Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually, and a force directly trapped Shen Tianliu in this space. The spatial confinement force from all around made Shen Tianliu feel powerless. It seemed that he was still in this free environment, but in fact he was completely trapped. The terrifying confinement around him made Shen Tianliu unable to move at all. There was no chance for him to escape. Who are you? He finally realized the gap in power between himself and Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Shen Tianliu's eyes released a ray of fear. There weren't many people who could reach this level of cultivation, and those who could easily restrain him were few and far between. So who was Li Zongjiu in front of him? Could it be that Li Zongjiu was a newly promoted Saint Immortal? My Shen family and East Rising Saint Immortal are old friends. Your Excellency, please let me go for East Rising Saint Immortal's sake. Shen Tianliu immediately began to beg for mercy. In his opinion, there was nothing shameful about this. Although Li Zongjiu looked young, he was very powerful. If he did not surrender, only death would await him. What was so shameful about surrendering to an expert? East Rising Saint Immortal? Bullshit. Li Zongjiu directly slapped out across the space. It felt like bullying to deal with a person who had not even reached the absolute saint realm. However, Li Zongjiu liked to bully people. Shen Tianliu, didn't you use your strength to do whatever you want here? Now, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. Li Zongjiu's palm directly hit Shen Tianliu's body, and he was instantly sent flying. Shen Tianliu fell toward fallen city below. Boom! He crashed into a house, and the surrounding ground immediately collapsed. Shen Tianliu was like a cannonball that directly smashed into the ground. The surrounding dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Li Zongjio's body landed on the ground. He gently flicked his finger, and two figures on the ground were lifted up. They were Chu Yan and Guan Jiang, who were seriously injured. Although they were seriously injured and seemed to be hanging on to their last breath, Li Zongjio directly injected a strong wave of origin energy into their bodies. With Li Zongjio's current cultivation, there was no one he could not save. After injecting origin energy, Chu Yan and Guan Zhang's injuries were healed, and they regained their strength. When they saw Li Zongjio, they were pleasantly surprised. "Senior, you've worked hard." Naturally, Li Zongjio could tell what the two of them were doing. Immediately, he gave each of them an elixir. It was a grade 9 elixir. Even for Supreme Being experts, it was a precious elixir. Even if Li Zongjio casually gave out elixirs, some Supreme Being experts would not be able to obtain it even if they spent their entire lives pursuing it. Jiang Bai and Guan Jiang looked at the elixir in their hands. Although they did not know the specific grade of the elixir, they definitely knew that the value of the elixir in their hands was absolutely immeasurable. Opportunity. This was a real opportunity. As long as they obtained this opportunity, they could at least speed up their breakthrough and speed up their cultivation. It would save them a few decades of hard work, or even hundreds of years. The opportunity that Li Zongjio had bestowed upon him was this powerful. He glanced at Shen Wu, who was in a half-dead state. Li Zongjio's lips curled into a cold smile. He gently waved his hand and led Shen Wu to his front. Then he injected a stream of origin energy into Shen Wu's body. Shen Wu's body was immediately saved. It was as if he had received a life-prolonging elixir, and he instantly woke up. "It's you, Li Zongjio." When Shen Wu woke up, he looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. Then he saw Li Zongjio pull out a person from the ruins. It was Shen Wu's father, the great Wu Empire's Duke Shen Tianlu. Shen Wu's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Li Zongjio, if you dare to touch my father, you will become an enemy of the great Wu Empire. There are hundreds of heavenly masters in the great Wu Empire, and they are enough to destroy you tens of thousands of times." Chapter 1355. Hearing Shen Wu's threat, Li Zongjio seemed to be afraid and stopped his actions. Seeing this, Shen Wu's eyes were slightly surprised. Now he knows fear. "If you let him go now, I can spare your life. But in the future, you must serve my great Wu dynasty. In that case, not only will you not have to die, I can also guarantee that you will live a life of luxury." Shen Wu said. No one knew where his confidence came from, but he actually wanted to subdue Li Zongjio. Even if there was a plate of peanuts last night when he was drinking, he shouldn't have been so drunk. Either his injuries had recovered, but his brain couldn't be saved. "You're saying that you'll let me live and give me a life of luxury, right?" Li Zongjio asked. He took a serious look at Shen Wu, who was in front of him. Even until now, this child probably still doesn't know where the two Saint Immortal Realm experts who had just arrived have gone. "That's right, my great Wu dynasty can let bygones be bygones." Shen Wu seemed to have recovered from his injuries, and there was a trace of spirit in his eyes. He couldn't help but say, "Sai, you're so stupid. I really don't know what to do with you. It's too boring to kill you directly." Li Zongjio really couldn't do it. What was the difference between this and killing a pig? "You can go." "Where's your father?" "I won't kill him for now." "Didn't you say that you have hundreds of heavenly masters? Call them all over." Li Zongjio suddenly wanted to play. Since this kid was so confident, how could Li Zongjio not let him feel his own strength? If he directly killed him now, how boring would that be? "What did you say? Are you courting death?" Shen Wu was immediately angry. What did this kid mean by saying such words? "You don't understand." Li Zongjio flicked his finger, and a wave of energy instantly broke one of Shen Wu's legs. Bang! Blood splattered, and flesh was badly mutilated. One of his legs was blown off. Shen Wu didn't even have time to react, as his body fell to the ground. It took him a few seconds to realize what had happened to his body. My leg. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Shen Wu's face was covered in blood, his veins bulging. Blood splattered from their mouths. There were flames of anger in his eyes, but what he felt more was the pain of having his leg broken. His leg had been directly blown off. How much pain had the latter suffered? He wished he could tear Li Zongjio into pieces. I'm worried that the king of the Great Wu Empire won't believe your words, so you can bring your father's hand back with you. Li Zongjio said as he removed one of Shin Tianliu's hands. He threw it to Shen Wu. The dignified guardian duke of the Great Wu dynasty had his arm ripped off just like that. Shen Tianliu, who was unconscious, seemed to feel the pain coming from his body. His body immediately trembled, but he never woke up. Well, just you wait. Shen Wu held Shin Tianliu's broken arm and stared at Li Zongjio with eyes full of death. After memorizing Li Zongjio's face, he turned around angrily. Not only the fallen city, but also your countries will be reduced to ruins. Scorched earth. Shen Wu threatened Jiang Bai at the same time. Hey! Suddenly, a voice called out to Shen Wu. Chu Yangguan appeared in front of Shen Wu with a dagger in his hand. Then he stabbed the dagger in his hand into Shen Wu's chest. I'm returning this to you. Chu Yangguan was quite ruthless when he attacked. It could be said that Shen Wu had never expected this dagger to stab down. Before he left, he was stabbed with a dagger. Bitch, just you wait. Shen Wu did not dare to stay any longer. He memorized Chu Yangguan's face. After he went back and found reinforcements, he would settle the score with these people. He did not even plan to save Yu Luo, who was seriously injured and fell to the side. The most important thing now was to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here, he would definitely be treated more harshly. These women might even stab him again. Shen Wu was an expert of the primitive emperor realm, but he did not dare to face these crazy women. The only right thing to do was to escape first, even in Shen Wu's heart. If he left quickly now, it would be to save his father. He did not want to escape at the last minute. Therefore, with this thought, Shen Wu ran faster and faster. What Shen Wu was piloting was also a type of flying boat. It quickly flew in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty. After Shen Wu left, Li Zongjio also twisted Shin Tianliu's head. He threw Shin Tianliu's body aside. He did not want to keep this person alive. Jiang Bai glanced at Shin Tianliu's head. Jiang Bai was very clear about this person's identity. After all, this person was the Duke-guarding Duke of the Great Wu dynasty, the leader of the Great Wu dynasty's heavenly masters. The leader of many heavenly masters had fallen to such a state. Senior, the Great Wu dynasty's strength is not simple. Don't worry. No matter what dynasty comes, I will finish him. Li Zongjio waved his hand disdainfully. Now that Li Zongjio's strength had broken through to such a realm, it could be said that he was fearless. In the end, the sacred martial realm had fallen to its current state. These so-called great nations were basically all responsible for it. They had done nothing and compromised for the greater good. The only one who had a backbone was also killed by these people. Therefore, Li Zongjio did not mind dealing with these disappointing people. Li Zongjio naturally couldn't care so much about things like harming the common people. However, Li Zongjio felt unhappy and wanted to come out and take care of it. Evil Lord's temper was like this. Therefore, Jiang Bai and Chu Yangguan could not figure out what Li Zongjio meant. However, Li Zongjio did not intend to explain to them. When the two girls reached his strength and realm, they would naturally understand. There was no need to ask so many questions. Basically, they could do whatever they wanted. Li Zongjio then continued to nurture the unparalleled sword. Wu Shuang had been fighting continuously recently and could be said to have recovered with great difficulty. In the end, such a consumption occurred. If this continued, it would be a great loss for Huo Wushuang. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also kept the unparalleled sword in his blazing hell. It would take a long time to nurture it. On the other hand, Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan were worried. With the strength of the great Wu dynasty, they will definitely reach the city in less than 2 days. It's good that they're here. I'm going to kill this group of cowards with my own hands. Chu Yanguan hated these people. He could not wait to kill them directly, but he was annoyed because he was not as strong as Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1356. The Beast God Temple. The huge ancient pagoda was moving at an extremely slow speed from a huge formation. More than 10 elders of the Beast God Temple followed closely behind. However, they were all discussing the Beast God Temple. Although they were currently summoning the Beast God Temple with all their might, they would still have to take some time out to solve any problems they encountered. Forget Chuan, Guhi, the heaven demons that you two are in charge of seems to have suffered a lot of losses recently. Go and bring back this young man called Li Zongjiu. Don't kill him. After a round of discussion among the elders, someone finally spoke. His body was facing the front, but his voice was directly behind him, stretching out continuously. The void began to distort. Then, 2 burly figures appeared behind the elder. They first performed a solemn salute to the Beast God Temple in the sacred land, then bowed to the elder in response. Yes, sir. These 2 were the highest leaders of the heaven demons. Forget Chuan's true form was a 10,000-year-old flood dragon with a vicious and dark personality. Meanwhile, Gu he was a 10,000-year-old river god. The so-called river god was just a title. If he revealed his true form, he would look more like a snapping turtle. Moreover, he had the power to overturn rivers and seas. The heaven demons division. Forget Chuan was the leader, and Gu he was the deputy. In fact, the 2 of them had not led the heaven demons for a long time. They were both extremely powerful existences. Now, the sacred martial realm situation was set. The remaining humans were also struggling at death's door. They did not dare to make any moves. Under such a stable situation, the 2 of them could be said to have gone into seclusion to cultivate. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, an unknown young man would appear and cause great damage to the Beast God Hall? Not only that, but the Beast God Temple's fallen army had also suffered heavy losses. Many of the territories that they had conquered in the past had been directly taken back. All of this was because of this Li Zongjiu. Forget Chuan and Gu. He originally thought that an enemy of this level did not require them to take action. It was only when Shui was killed that the situation became serious. Now, the elders could no longer sit still. They wanted the 2 of them to take action and capture Li Zongjiu alive. Although it might be a little difficult, in the eyes of the 2 it was not a big deal. If this Li Zongjiu didn't know what was good for him, then he would cripple him first before bringing him back. Even if they wanted to capture Li Zongjiu alive, they would not let Li Zongjiu off so easily. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, the Tiansha duo did not bring any more people with them. The rest of the people were just a bunch of trash. There was no point in bringing them along. He might as well do it himself. Great Wu Dynasty, as the only remaining 5 great nations. The current Great Wu Empire could be said to be at its peak. Even when it was defeated by the Great Yan Empire back then, it had also reaped many benefits. Therefore, the Great Wu Empire had developed to a certain extent. It could be said that he had taken advantage of the situation. Now that the Dao nation was flourishing, it could be ranked in the top 3 among the 5 great nations. Just the number of heavenly masters in the nation had exceeded 120. Every heavenly master in the nation was a supreme being expert. If any of them were placed in the Shenggu continent, they would be able to rule over a region and dominate half of the Shenggu continent. If these 100 or so heavenly masters attacked together, the Shenggu continent would probably be blown to smithereens. Of course, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Although Supreme Being experts were not weak, there were still forces in the world that could obliterate them. Even Li Zongjiu, who was at the peak of 9th grade Supreme Being in his previous life, did not act presumptuously in the world. Otherwise, he would definitely be obliterated by many of the rules of the world. The situation was not necessarily a good thing. When Shen Wu returned to the Great Wu Dynasty in a sorry state, the entire Great Wu Dynasty was extremely shocked. Shen Wu was the son of the Great Wu Dynasty's Duke Xin and a disciple of the Sacred Mountain's Sacred Immortal. With such a status, there were not many people in the entire sacred martial realm who could compare to him. Even with such a noble status, there were still people who did not give him any face. Shen Wu was seriously injured to such an extent. One of his legs was broken and he was stabbed in the body. Although these injuries were not fatal, such a ruthless attack was obviously not giving him any face. Shen Wu was then treated. When the great Wu monarch heard the news, he actually went to visit him personally. If he did not take good care of him, it would be troublesome if the Duke Shen led a rebellion. Therefore, it was necessary to appease the people below. However, when the great Wu monarch came to inquire about the situation, Shen Wu actually took out the arm of the Duke Shen, Xin Tianlu. He explained the situation to the great Wu monarch. The great Wu dynasty was furious. Someone actually dared to do such a thing to the Duke Shen of the great Wu dynasty. If I don't know who is behind this, I will definitely not let them go. The great Wu monarch immediately summoned all the heavenly masters in the nation. He personally led the team. If anything happened to the Duke Shen, he would definitely let the world know that when the great Wu dynasty was angry, the world would tilt. The sun and the moon would change colors. The top warship of the great Wu dynasty, the Tianwu ship, it could be considered the top warship in the sacred martial realm. If the Tianwu ship's firepower were to explode at the same time, it would be enough to kill a heavenly master in less than 3 minutes. If 10 ships were to attack at the same time, it would only take 3 seconds. It would be enough to kill a Supreme Being expert. Currently, the Great Wu Dynasty had directly mobilized 20 Tianwu ships. The mighty formation broke through the sky. Even when they were attacking the fallen army, the people of the Great Wu Dynasty did not necessarily dispatch Tianwu ships. They also did not have such a lineup. When facing their own people, they were as fierce as before. However, when facing outsiders, they were quite cautious. It was extremely despicable. When fighting their own people, they were naturally quite unyielding. However, when facing outsiders, real enemies, they would still choose to preserve their strength. It was really a pity. Fallen City. Jiang Bai was originally prepared to go to Suishan City to gather people to repair Fallen City. However, Li Zongjiu said that it was not necessary. After all, in front of experts like them, the city was indeed as fragile as tofu. It was completely useless. Therefore, it did not matter much to them whether to repair it or not. Destroying it was just a matter of a moment. Jiang Bai thought about it and agreed. However, the prosperity of Fallen City was no longer there. Chapter 1357. However, Li Zongjiu asked Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan to help him dig a small fish pond so that Li Zongjiu could fish. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a child, Li Zongjiu was already more than 3,000 years old. He should be at the age of fishing now. He used to be obsessed with alchemy. Now that his cultivation had increased, he had actually become a person who loved to raise fish. With their strength, it was easy for them to dig a small fish pond. They finished it in half a day. Chu Yanguan and Jiang Bai were not far behind Li Zongjiu. They were refining the pill that Li Zongjiu had given them. The overbearing effect of the pill did not explode in their bodies directly. Instead, it felt like it was accumulating in their bodies. As they cultivated, they could absorb the effect of the pill faster and integrate it into their bodies, forming a stronger power. Moreover, the two of them also discovered that if they were to train within a radius of a few dozen meters around Li Zongjiu, the speed and efficiency of their training would be even faster. Thus, the two of them simply sat behind Li Zongjio to cultivate. Naturally, they were also doing their best to restrain their auras. They could not disturb Li Zongjio while he was fishing. Otherwise, Li Zongjio might have directly thrown the two of them to feed the fish. On the evening of the second day after Shen Wu left, the clouds in the sky were especially dazzling. When Li Zongjio saw the sunset, he was slightly moved. He immediately flew to a high place and sat on a mountain peak to watch the sunset. Speaking of which, the most suitable place to watch this scene was Luoxia City. Li Zongjio had been out for a long time. The concept of time was not very clear to him, but Li Zongjio estimated that he had been out for more than half a year. Although he had broken through to the absolute Saint Realm, it was still very far away for him to return to the Xingu continent. Even if I'm in the absolute Saint Realm, I'm definitely not at my peak. Li Zongjio could clearly feel that his realm was helping him to come into contact with a more complete cultivation path. This feeling was very difficult to describe with words. It was as if the path was a circle. Now, Li Zongjio was stepping on the circle and had begun to draw a more complete circle. Therefore, Li Zongjio had a deeper understanding of the cultivation realm. He also understood that there must be more powerful existences that surpassed the Xingu continent and the Xingu realm, such a vast power of heaven and earth. The path of cultivation was not so simple. Boom! Just as Li Zongjio was admiring the beautiful sunset and his mind was filled with thoughts, a few terrifying sound waves suddenly came from the clouds in front of him. When they appeared in front of him, a cold glint appeared in Li Zongjio's eyes. Huh. Boom! 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 The Tianwu ship broke through the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if 20 heaven-devouring beasts had appeared. Jiang Bai and Chu Yanguan, who were in Fallen City, were shocked when they saw the sky marshal boat. It's the Tianwu ship of the Great Wu. It's a top warship. Chu Yanguan had seen the Tianwu ship before. Back when the Great Yan country was destroyed, the sky marshal boat had appeared. At that time, the people on the sky marshal boat had actually watched the Great Yan country perish and had even taken a lot of things. They were in cahoots with each other. They were truly despicable. Chu Yanguan gritted his teeth when he saw such people. However, the two women's cultivations were unable to breathe under the mighty aura of the Tianwu ship. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky. The two women's auras were suppressed in their bodies and could not be released. They were still able to stand on the spot because they had recently made a breakthrough in their cultivation. If all the sky marshal boats locked onto the two of them, death would be the only outcome for them. What a powerful aura! The two women clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Was this the strength of the Great Wu? Is this the legendary Tianwu ship? If only one Tianwu ship had been sent here, my battle of time would not have been destroyed like this. It's all because of these people. They made my battle of time suffer such a disaster. Jiang Bai was rather angry at the inaction of the Great Wu Empire and the other upper nations. As a nation, they shouldn't expect others to come to their rescue all the time. In the face of such a catastrophe, it was natural for these people to take action. 20 ships. The Great Wu dynasty must have brought most of the heavenly masters from the upper nations. Chu Yanguan could not help but feel nervous. After all, although the Great Wu dynasty was annoying, they were powerful and were indeed a terrifying existence. It was not easy to contend with the Great Wu dynasty. In the eyes of others, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I wonder if Senior Li Zongjio will be able to teach them a lesson. Both of them were looking forward to Li Zongjio's performance. They were looking forward to Li Zongjio showing off his invincible prowess and beating up the people in front of them. Only then would they feel better. However, the two of them were not worried about Li Zongjio's life. In their opinion, even if they could not defeat the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The mountain where Li Zongjio was located was immediately surrounded by 20 Tianwu ships. At the same time, all the weapons on the Tianwu ships were aimed at Li Zongjio. Who is Li Zhongjie? Hurry up and send the great Wu Duke back. If even a strand of hair is missing, I will destroy you. The great Wu country ruler appeared with over 100 heavenly masters behind him. They released their auras at almost the same time. In an instant, the sky changed color. It was as if the sky was as thin as a piece of paper. It could not withstand the aura of these people and was about to be torn apart at any time. However, Li Zhongjie had yet to make a move. Then, he heard the sound of a wave coming from the void. The great Wu country ruler and the others were shocked. When he saw the situation clearly again, he felt a surge of energy rushing towards the sky marshal ship. Boom! One of the Tianwu ships exploded in the sky. The Tianwu ship, which was expensive and could withstand the might of an upper nation heavenly master, exploded in the sky. The great Wu country ruler and the others did not realize what had happened. After the first ship exploded, the second ship also exploded. Boom! In the end, the 20 Tianwu ships exploded in the sky almost at the same time. They were like giant fireworks that bloomed in the sky above Fallen City. Chapter 1358. Jiang Bai and the others stared at the scene before them with their mouths agape. These heavenly martial arts could be said to be of the highest level of craftsmanship in the sacred martial realm. They actually exploded in the sky in such a way. Who did it? Li Zhongjie. Was this the strength of Senior Li Zhongjie? Of course, it was not Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie originally thought that the fighting strength of these sky martial boats was pretty good. Therefore, he wanted to quickly plunder a few of them and bring them to Luoxia City. Although Luoxia City's strength was already considered to be at the pinnacle of existence. However, it wasn't strange to prepare more powerful forces and powerful secret weapons. After all, who knew if some terrifying monsters would fall from the sky one day, and then there would be another fierce battle and slaughter. If Li Zhongjie had such a top-notch warship, he wouldn't have cared how many of them there were. However, just as Li Zhongjie was about to make a move and force these people to hand over their sky martial boats, a voice suddenly rang out. Who would have thought that there would actually be two figures who would have destroyed these Tianwu boats before Li Zhongjie could? Li Zhongjie knew that these people wanted to attack in advance, but Li Zhongjie didn't stop them. He just looked at these people and waited for them to do something. Now he could see it clearly. It should be the people from the Beast God Temple. They just happened to be here. In the sky above, flames were constantly exploding and churning. Two figures were also illuminated by the countless flames. The appearance of these two figures did not place the great Wu Empire's heavenly master in their eyes. Instead, they stared straight at Li Zhongjie. Who dares to destroy my great Wu heaven martial arc? The monarch of Great Martial Kingdom seemed to be very angry. Of course, he would be very angry when encountering such a thing. No one could tolerate such a thing happening. In order to properly display his strength and convince Li Zhongjie, it could be said that he had gathered all the experts of the great Wu Empire. Who would have thought that they would all be eliminated in an instant? This was simply going too far. Most of the Supremes weren't injured by the explosion. After all, they were Supremes, so the explosion of the Sky Martial Arc wasn't able to injure them. They were all nimble and knew how to defend themselves. Over 100 figures hovered above the void. One of them reached out and waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying fluctuation in front of him. The flames and smoke in the surroundings were also easily wiped away. Immediately, everyone saw clearly who was the culprit who had done this. The person who had attacked them was right in front of them. Furthermore, his back was facing them. Wang Chuan turned around to look at the person behind her. I don't want to kill you today. Scram! Wang Chuan immediately waved her hand. It would be a piece of cake for the river of forgetfulness to kill these people. There wasn't even a single absolute saint. Even if all of them worked together, it would only take a single slap to kill them. Impudent! How dare you speak such nonsense in front of the great martial kingdom's ruler? A grand martial heavenly master couldn't bear to watch any longer. He actually wanted so many Supremes to scram. Did he really think that no one would be able to deal with him? Look at how arrogant these people were. They simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great martial kingdom's ruler wasn't a very bright person. With so many experts following behind him, and the top experts of the great martial kingdom were all here, it could be said that this was a display of extremely high combat strength. With so many experts here, they could do whatever they wanted no matter where they went. As long as they didn't go to the sacred mountain, they could even destroy the fallen army. You have guts. Wang Chuan immediately sneered. However, her attention was still on Li Zongjiu. You must be Li Zongjiu. Come with us, and you still have a chance to live, Wang Chuan said. Gu He didn't like to talk. The cloak behind him was like the waves that were billowing. It looked quite strange. I am. Li Zongjiu nodded. We will decide whether to go with you or not. Now, I'm going to settle the account with you. Those airboats and battleships that I liked just now have been damaged by you. Therefore, you have to compensate me for it, Li Zongjiu said seriously. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. However, after careful consideration, they realized that there was something wrong with it. Although you took a fancy to other people's warships, they still belonged to them. How could you ask for compensation? Moreover, you even went to the Beast God Temple's Sky Demon leader to ask for compensation. Did you feel a little guilty? Wang Chuan and Gu He both smiled slightly. The light that was emitted from his eyes also contained a trace of mockery. I've already said that we can just do it. The elder only said that we want them alive, but not intact. Gu He immediately said. After all, in his opinion, this Li Zongjiu was a little too tactless. Therefore, in Gu He's heart, there was nothing to talk about with a fool like Li Zongjiu. The many experts of the great Wu Empire behind him were all unhappy. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to ignore us? Do you really think we're invisible? I think you're tired of living. Everyone, take the heads of these two people for me, and use it to promote the power of the great Wu Empire. The great Wu Empire's emperor was also heroic for a moment, as if he was ready to release the glory of the great Wu Empire across the entire world. Let everyone kneel down under the power of the great Wu Empire. These flies are too noisy. Wang Chuan waved her hand behind her. Gu He turned around, and in the next moment his figure turned into a wave of light, hiding his figure in the void. At the same time, when he reappeared, there was a terrifying light. Boom! Gu He directly swept hundreds of Supreme Being experts into a terrifying wave of water. None of these experts could escape. It was as if they were swept into a whirlpool, and it was difficult to extricate themselves. Boom! The great Wu Empire's emperor's figure was outside the wave. Outside, he also looked at this scene in a daze. Then, Gu He gently turned his hand, and those great Wu heavenly masters who were swept into the wave all exploded at this moment. Boom! 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 One by one, their bodies exploded on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a simple matter for an absolute saint to kill these so-called great Wu heavenly masters. Among them, even a 9th grade Supreme Being couldn't withstand such an attack. A rain of blood fell from the sky above the fallen city. Jiang Bai and Chu Yan held up their umbrellas and looked up at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the mysterious expert in front of them made a move, and then wiped out hundreds of Supreme Being experts of the great Wu Empire. They were all wiped out. Chapter 1359. In fact, this level was far beyond the level of an instant kill. Erasure was just a casual swipe of the hand, and your life would be gone. This was the true meaning of erasure. The great martial monarch still had 2 lackeys by his side. It wasn't because Gu He couldn't kill them, but because he felt that it was good to leave these people alive. Looking at the astonished and shocked expressions on their faces, it felt pretty good. At least it felt pretty good in his heart. The monarch of Great Wu and the others were completely stunned. What kind of situation was this? Were they all killed? My Great Wu's hundreds of heavenly masters are all dead? The monarch of Great Wu was dumbfounded. He even felt that he was dreaming. How could someone be so strong? Why did they have to encounter such a thing at this time? Monarch, they're all dead, all dead! The two lackeys beside him also felt their legs go soft. They didn't know how they managed to keep their lives, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to kill them, it would be a simple matter. They probably just found it interesting, so they left their lives here. They were really vicious. They actually wanted to play with their lives and let them live without dignity. It was really too vicious. They wanted to kill them. In fact, Gu He and the monarch of Great Wu didn't treat them as humans. They only treated them as a few bugs that could be squashed with a wave of their hand. They didn't have any other intentions. It was too easy to kill these people. Now, have you made your decision? Forget Chuan asked. It would be best if this matter could be resolved easily. However, if Li Zongjio was stubborn, then they could only take action. With their current cultivation, they were always thinking about breaking through. They were almost immersed in cultivation every day. Therefore, they didn't want to do anything else. This time, if it wasn't for the elder calling them out, the two of them wouldn't have taken action personally. Letting Li Zongjio take the initiative to surrender would at least guarantee that Li Zongjio wouldn't run away. It would be hard to catch him then. Being able to kill Shui, it was enough to prove that Li Zongjio was not weak. We have another debt. When you killed people just now, you dirted my city. Now, if you don't clean it up, you can forget about leaving. Li Zongjio said slowly. The black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. A trace of lightning flashed on the black dragon hammer. Rumble. It was as if there were thousands of steeds galloping at full speed. Just a simple display of strength was enough to show that he possessed extraordinary strength. Let me. Gu He growled. In the next moment, he also instantly moved. It was as if a monstrous wave had formed, and it swept towards Li Zongjio furiously. Boom! As the waves surged forward. Immediately, they surrounded Li Zongjio. Before they even got close, Li Zongjio could already feel their power lingering around him. Keep! Li Zongjio directly summoned the power of hell and sucked Gu He into the world of hell. He also summoned East Coming Saint Immortal and North Sky Saint Immortal to deal with Gu He. East Coming Saint Immortal was trapped in the boundless hell. Although only 1 or 2 days had passed in the outside world, in reality it felt like tens of thousands of years had passed in the boundless hell. Any normal person wouldn't be able to withstand such an endless cycle in the boundless hell. Therefore, Li Zongjio easily subdued and controlled East Coming Saint Immortal. Since they were going to attack the Beast God Temple, Li Zongjio thought that it would be better to prepare more experts. When the time came, it would be very useful to send them to their deaths. Gu He was sucked into the boundless hell by Li Zongjio. Then, the 2 human race Saint Immortals greeted him warmly, which was enough to make Gu He happy for a while. Gu He, who was originally very powerful, was subdued by Li Zongjio in the blink of an eye. Even Forget Chuan herself was a little surprised. The monarch of Great Wu country saw that the person who had just killed hundreds of Supreme Being experts was also taken away by Li Zongjio with a wave of his hand. What kind of battle was this? It was so terrifying. In a fight between experts, would they be able to take someone away with just a wave of their hand? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. However, the monarch of Great Wu country and the others didn't dare to speak or even run away. They, who were in an extremely tense situation, seemed to have realized that they were not at the same level as Li Zongjio and the others. To be able to capture Shin Tianlu and cut off one of his arms, he must be in the absolute saint realm. However, their habitual thinking told them otherwise. There were only a few saint immortals in the world. Therefore, Li Zongjio couldn't be in the saint immortal realm. Otherwise, he must have used some kind of despicable means to deal with Shin Tianlu. Now their army had arrived. Naturally, Li Zongjio's despicable means would be destroyed. Could it be that he could deal with so many people directly? Despicable means were nothing in the face of absolute power. Very well. You are qualified to make me attack. Forget Chuan seemed to be ready to attack. A silver-white long spear appeared in her hand. There seemed to be clouds surging on the long spear. With a wave of the long spear, a piece of blue sky fell. Such a strong power to kill the sky. She wouldn't attack easily, but once she did, she would break the sky. Swoosh! Forget Chuan waved the long spear in her hand. Immediately, a terrifying power swept towards Li Zhongjiu. Although she didn't know what kind of means Li Zhongjiu had used to make Gu He disappear, Forget Chuan believed that Li Zhongjiu's actions were basically seeking death. If it was too easy, it would be broken. The black dragon hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand also exploded with a crazy power of lightning. Boom! The lightning intertwined in the sky to form a huge net. When they saw this scene, everyone could clearly feel the terror of the power. The monarch of Dao and the others kept retreating. With such a power of lightning, even a light touch would definitely turn them into ashes. Was this the power of the saint immortal realm? The monarch of Dao and the others were shocked. These people were worthless in the face of such power. They could be easily killed. As long as they came into contact with the power and were slightly affected, they would be obliterated. With Li Zhongjiu's strength, they wanted to deal with Li Zhongjiu and show off the strength of Dao. It was simply stupid. Chapter 1360. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were naturally stunned. However, Wang Chuan was also very surprised. After all, Wang Chuan had come into contact with the experts of the human race and had fought with them before. However, Li Zhongjiu in front of her was so powerful that she had not felt it for a long time. Boom! The lightning net fell directly downward. The power of the lightning net made Wang Chuan feel as if her body was being burned in a pot of oil. Immediately, a ray of light flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes, following which, scales began to appear on the surface of his body. When the scales appeared, Wang Chuan's body also settled down under the power of the lightning pool. If you want to break through my defense with your lightning power, you are far from being able to do so. Wang Chuan shouted. Then, she waved the long spear in her hand. Suddenly, a sky-shattering power came violently. The space in front of her was also directly slashed apart. A terrifying force whizzed out from it. The monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others were forced to fall from the sky into the fallen city. Just a moment ago, they were still clamoring to destroy the fallen city. Now they were hiding in the city. When the monarch of the great martial kingdom and the others saw Jiang Bai, they were shocked. However, they did not put the two girls in their eyes. Could it be that the two girls could pose a threat to them? However, they did not dare to touch the two girls. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, if the two girls were very important to Li Zhongjiu and were bullied by them, then Li Zhongjiu would have to get back at them. With Li Zhongjiu's violent temper, if he really dealt with Wang Chuan, it would be easy for him to deal with them. At least, when facing Li Zhongjiu, they could still negotiate a little. Moreover, the one who killed so many heavenly masters of the great martial kingdom was not Li Zhongjiu. The enmity between the two sides did not need to be so great. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength was right there. If it was not a big deal, they could just bear with it. After all, harmony breeds wealth. Sometimes it was just like this. When one met someone with a slightly more stubborn temper, one would directly admit defeat and not dare to say anything. Naturally, one would not fuss about things that could be forgiven. Moreover, he had to think in his heart that he shouldn't be targeted by others. That was the best way. The battle between Li Zhongjiu and Wang Chuan had already changed the color of the sky and earth. Moreover, one could clearly see that the surrounding spatial energy had already become distorted following the eruption of the two's power. From the distorted space, one could see traces of a destructive storm forming. These destructive storms were actually formed by spatial undercurrents. Even absolute saints would die if they encountered them. they could barely hold on for a few minutes, but they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If a supreme being was caught in this destructive storm, they wouldn't even be able to find their physical body within half a second. Such terrifying power was also unleashed by the two of them. It was truly terrifying. That person can actually travel through this destructive storm. Someone beside the great martial kingdom's monarch exclaimed. With their level of power, they could naturally recognize this destructive storm. However, after seeing it now, they were extremely shocked because Li Zongjiu's figure seemed to be ignoring the destructive storm. He came and went as he pleased within the destructive storm. Moreover, when he waved the black dragon hammer in his hand, the light of a dragon's claw seemed to emerge. In the end, after a series of exchanges, there were actually a few wounds on Wang Chuan's body. Even a few of the scales on her body were directly shattered. Fresh blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Soon after, Forget Chuan also pulled away from Li Zongjiu. Staring at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him, the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. No wonder so many people have been defeated by you. Even the elder has asked me to personally capture you. You are indeed very difficult to deal with. Li Zongjiu was most annoyed by these people. They obviously could not defeat him and had to think of another way, but they still had to say a few words to ease the atmosphere. If they really had absolute confidence in defeating Li Zongjiu, they would have already done it. They had to wait until now. Moreover, they still had to say some words to cheer him up. These were all signs of lack of confidence. That was why they had such behavior. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not respond. He just looked at the other party, quietly waiting for the other party's next move. Wang Chuan did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward. Then let's do it. The clothes on her body were shattered. At the same time, Wang Chuan's figure also instantly changed. Boom! A huge figure rose into the sky. Even the lightning net in the sky was shattered by a powerful aura at this moment. 9 abyss sky-devouring dragon. The black scales on the dragon's body flickered with cold light. When it appeared, it brought with it a gust of fishy wind. The fishy wind seemed to corrode the surrounding space, and even the destructive storm in front of it. It was forced back little by little under the devouring power of this dark force. It gradually disappeared. Originally, Li Zongjiu had relied on his figure to constantly launch surprise attacks on the River of Forgetfulness under such circumstances. However, the River of Forgetfulness now had sufficient strength to suppress this destructive storm. It was equivalent to Li Zongjiu losing his advantage. In addition to Wang Chuan's powerful strength, it was enough to destroy Li Zongjiu. Sky-eroding qi. Wang Chuan's figure surged into the sky. She swung her tail fiercely. The power around her quickly surged. An extremely cold aura instantly wrapped around Li Zongjiu. It completely wrapped Li Zongjiu. He was trapped and could not move. Li Zongjiu frowned slightly. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh from afar. Haha, Li Zongjiu, you are dead. My sky-eroding qi can only be removed by a saint venerable. With your cultivation, only death awaits you. Wang Chuan was already waiting for Li Zongjiu to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After all, the elder's request was to bring Li Zongjiu back alive. He absolutely did not dare to disobey the elder's orders. If he angered the elder, even he would not be able to bear the consequences. Only by doing this, well, could he have a way to live. Or he could break through the legendary Saint Venerable Realm. What was the Saint Venerable Realm? Li Zongjiu did not know, but Li Zongjiu realized that he was soaking in this evil power. His body actually felt a kind of comfortable feeling.